afternoon, everyone. It is noon on Tuesday, October 24th. We have got a busy day today. We have a workshop from now until 1:30, a second workshop from 1:30 till 3, with the commission meeting beginning at 3. Workshop right now before us is on the Apalachee Regional Park Master Plan and associated landfill closure. I do know that Commissioner Proctor is not with us for this particular workshop. So, Mr. Administrator, I will go ahead and turn it over to you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. As the Chairman said, you do have a very busy day today with your your annual legislative workshop immediately following this one, and acknowledging your schedule and in leaving you all ample time for commission discussion. Our formal presentation at this workshop should only be about a half hour, and hopefully it'll also give you a little time to maybe get back to the boards that we've set up in the back of the room. You can see some renderings on the master plan. And you can certainly spend some time with our staff as well as members of our consulting team in doing that. Commissioners, the proposed master plan for the Apalachee Regional Park represents a significant step in the board's long-term priority of the development of this park as stewards of our community's precious natural resources. This park master plan continues our investment in turning what was once an active landfill, as you all know, into a regional park amenity for our citizens and visitors alike. The board has taken, Commissioners, a series of intentional steps over the past 5 years to fulfill this vision through the adoption of strategic initiatives shown on the screen. These initiatives generally speak to the further investment in what is sort of the jewel of the park property in the cross-country championship course. Formally closing the landfill, as I mentioned, and of course expanding on the existing recreational amenities for this property. And you'll hear certainly a lot today on not only the opportunities, but the constraints on this property that we've worked through in establishing the master plan. Through the county's new 5-year strategic plan, we've set the bar pretty high for ourselves. In addition to the strategic initiatives that we saw a moment ago, the implementation of this master plan also aligns directly with 4 of our newly adopted bold goals and targets. In fact, Commissioners, as we were working on this item, at the staff level, we observed and had a lot of conversations about how this particular project really checks so many boxes in our strategic plan. And we're talking among ourselves, and we've probably not seen another project, frankly, that checks this many boxes in our strategic efforts. Commissioners, for the balance of our presentation today, we've assembled at the table our county team and our consultants, who you'll meet in just a moment. The cross-departmental collaboration of this team and the extensive community input that has been undertaken is reflected throughout the proposed master plan. Following my comments, Tony Park will begin with an update on the landfill closure process, which of course is a very big part of this, and Maggie will follow up with the background on the master plan preparation and the collaborative efforts that I've spoken about. After that, we'll have Sean Kelbley with Wooden Partners, whose team designed the master plan and has presented preliminary drafts at several public meetings. I should just note that in my time, I found Wooden Partners to be among the best in their industry, and we were really thrilled to have them work on this project. Sean will provide an overview of the amenities and, of course, get into the overall master plan. Lastly, Alan will wrap up with an overview related to budget, which should be no surprise to any of you. And Commissioners, we intentionally didn't provide any time for our tourism team to speak, although you'll see them all here, they would have just taken up all the time bragging about the cross-country facility and how they just had 3,500 competitors here last month, and poor Miami football fans couldn't find a room in town, or the landing of the 2021 national championships for the NCAA cross-country championships. But I joke, but you'll hear a lot about that because that is certainly a feature amenity that this master plan really capitalizes on. Commissioners, in short, we're thrilled. We couldn't be more excited to present this master plan to you. But before we get into the master plan, as I mentioned, we're going to start off by going to Tony Park, who's going to talk a little bit first about the landfill closure. Tony?
Thank you, Dennis. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. This will be a short status report on the landfill closure. We have John Locklear with Locklear & Associates, who is our solid waste management engineering consultant here in the chambers. He's available for questions. As you well know, we began operations in 1977 with the landfill where it's located now. Then in 2003, we opened the transfer station and began putting our Class 1 solid waste through that transfer station. Then in 2008, we began our partnership with Marpan Recycling to allow our Class 3 material to be recycled. And at that time, the residual material from the recycling was being carried out to our solid waste facility on the Apalachee Parkway. Then in 2015, we found an alternate way to dispose of that material. So at this time, we ended any solid waste going to the Apalachee facility. We also got direction from the board in July of 2015 to begin our closure of the solid waste facility and begin the development of our park master plan.
Okay, thank you. The landfill closure is highly regulated by FDEP, and it is one of a huge complex project that we have. Depicted on the slide now is a closed cell that's being prepared for its final closure. You see a liner being placed on it, which is what we'll be doing with our solid waste facility. Along with that will be a number of other improvements of modifying our stormwater facility, shaping other landfill cells, and as the liner is placed, where you see those voids in the clay, it'll totally cover it and it'll be welded together. Once this is done, as you see, there's a liner, and then there's material put over that liner to protect it. That'll be 18 inches of soil, followed with 6 inches of topsoil. And one of the things that we've been doing with our team, working with John and the park master plan, along with DRMP, Woods and Partner, and our staff, is developing the final grading plan for this cover to be created such that the park amenities will just automatically become part of the facility. When we started our closure design and plans, we had an original estimate cost of $17.1 million. So, of course, that's a very expensive project. So we need to look at alternative and options to get us through that, lowering that price. We were able to determine that a lot of the cost was associated with the soil material that would be used to shape the solid waste cells, and then follow it with the liner, and then the material that would go over the liner. That was going to be a pretty expensive cost. We were able to determine that our FAH borrow pit has the type soil materials that met the FDEP specifications, which was a great blessing for us. As part of that, we developed a two-phase approach for moving that soil. We have the first phase, which the board awarded on October 10th, to what we consider the shaping material, and some of the final cover material over the liner would be moved. We anticipate that work to start in November. to be completed somewhere around March or April of this next year. Then the second phase of it will be the actual closure of applying the liner. Then the final material over the top of that with topsoil. And again, that's be shaped so that the park amenities would automatically be able to be placed on the facility. We're doing that. We've been able to have a cost savings of $4.5 million. That has brought the final current estimate to $12.6 million. And it was not only the soil material, we were able to do some in-house work ourselves with our public works staff doing the stormwater facility and the solid waste staff being able to cover what we call our Class 3 facilities, a couple of cells that have already been closed out. We hope to, it's our intention that the closure will be completed May of 2020. That'll give us time to really start preparing for the other amenities that will be needed as the park grows. And then the last thing is there's a 30-year ongoing monitoring maintenance of the facility that we'll be having to address through the next 30 years. So that's the present status. Now we'll turn it over to Maggie to update us on the status of the master plan.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. It is exciting to be able to share with you today all the hard work that has gone into creating this plan and bringing life to your vision and your direction. So I'll be sharing a bit of the background of the steps that have taken place by staff and some of our contracted partners to craft the vision here. And then I'll, after, be handing it off to Sean to really dive into the details of that vision. So as I said, preparation and collaboration, we have taken many steps up until this point, but before I dive in, wanted to reassure that we will continue engaging our stakeholders, continue engaging the community and the surrounding neighborhoods as this project gets off the ground in the closure phase, but also continues through construction all the way to the celebratory launch down the road. So this parcel, I'm going to begin with the big picture first, and then we'll dive in specific to the ARP itself. But it's a unique project that also is deemed by unique property. As you can see here in the highlighted green areas, our park is 600 acres, ideally situated in what will become the St. Mark's Linear Park and Lake Lafayette Park. These are Blueprint 2020 projects that will eventually link with our park being the crown jewel right in the middle there to over 7,200 acres on this contiguous public property that will include paddling trails as well as land-based trails and amenities through this area. So looking down the road, we're quite proud to be a key asset here in what will become a regional amenity in the future. As mentioned previously, though, we can't forget that this is, in fact, a landfill in its historic use. 165 acres at one time or another have served for landfill capacity before, and when you add the natural topography and low-lying areas, approaching half of these 600 acres are constrained in one scenario or another. So that's where the real creativity and looking for the best opportunities comes from. And I think that you'll see through this presentation, this was the best use of our property. As Tony briefly mentioned as well, that although we will be formally closing the landfill for the regulatory purposes, for the next 30 years we will have ongoing responsibilities to monitor this site. Although there will be very few, we will have ongoing monitoring wells scattered through the property. And the nature of this area will settle for the next 30 years as well. So the ground not being stable and the regulatory limitations limits our ability for traditional infrastructure that you would think of, for example, buildings, aerial lighting, even irrigation is really restricted in much of this property. So given those limitations, you might not be able to have a lacrosse field, but you can have a remote control airfield. And those are the types of creative solutions we were looking for to not just see the limitations, but see the true opportunities that this property offers. And I'd be going too quickly if I didn't properly acknowledge all that has been done up to this point to establish this site as a fantastic regional park. As you know, you've invested in 4 multi-use fields on this property that's closest to the highway there, and on any given weekend through Pop Warner or even our soccer games, you may see 500 individuals on this site packing in the parking area, making use of these fields and the amenities that you've invested in through the years. As Vince mentioned, we could take an entire workshop just to focus on the cross-country amenities, but as a highlight, in these projects we reflect on history, and when I saw the date of 2008 was when the first trails really began being cut in. That was less than 10 years ago, and we have established this as a national championship site. In 2013, more recently, we expanded the trail width to 10 meters. That allowed us to qualify for NCAA events and position us for many state and national events to come. And our airfield, it is tucked away a bit, but we cannot forget that currently we have a remote control airfield that is located on, over time, what is becoming the cross-country facility hub. But also looking at history, and makes you kind of proud, we have had a partnership, Leon County has had a partnership with this group for 25 years. And their long-term contributions and engagement have really shown through in this process as well. And so it makes you proud to have partners like that, not just here around the table, but in the room with us today, many of them. That's a great transition to the background of the true focus of my comments is all that we've done for collaboration and input. We have first that starts internally as represented here at the table and in the room more broadly. This project has involved an cross-departmental effort from tourism, solid waste, public works, engineering, sustainability, parks and rec. It feels like there's very little short of animal control, and if you throw in the dog park, maybe they could be at the table too. But it's really gratifying to be able to work with so many internal partners. And as if that were not enough brain power, we also engaged several of our contracted partners. DRMP, as previously mentioned, Wooden Partners, as you'll hear from shortly, and Locklear and Associates. So we had an amass of creativity and expertise in the room as we went through this collaborative effort. Some results of that have been a significant reduction in timelines and cost savings. Because of that cross-collaboration, we were able to identify, as one example Tony gave, the manner in which we shape the slopes of the landfill or use an existing maintenance road to one day serve as a public access road. We have shaved off both time and cost through that collaboration. But that didn't stop just with our team. We've engaged the entire community, and as a small representation here on the screen for you, 19 individual stakeholder groups were engaged through the process and conversations, meetings, and seeking feedback. An online survey was also developed for our public input. And to ensure that we had a broad reach, that survey was distributed through our branch library system as well in paper form. And we hosted 2 public meetings, which were both very well attended. The result of all that collaboration, discussion, and reflection, we had 4 key takeaways for our time in this step of the process. A strong desire to preserve and highlight the natural beauty of this site, and probably none of these are too surprising for you, but to have facilities that appeal to a wide variety of users, that would include a diversity of age, interest, and abilities, and continue the momentum and expand on our connectivity of the community's natural resources, again, paddling as well as land-based connectivity. And provide space for special events. If you think perhaps an outdoor Shakespeare event or a butterfly festival, some of these might be non-traditional, but to provide a diversity of uses. As Sean will share shortly, and I believe that each of these goals have been achieved, but not surprising, feedback also included interest in indoor and competitive active recreation. As we've mentioned, the constraints of this property, it can limit the area that the footprint can be achieved. there, but we have identified future expansion opportunities for traditional active recreation as well. And if there is any theme of today's workshop, it would be the unique beauty of the 600-acre property that we have. The goal of this master plan is to gain access to the site's amazing resources and expose and open that up to the public more broadly. The natural topography of this site, sometimes clicking, the natural topography of this site includes lowland forests, cypress ponds, a vast array of open expanses, wild meadows, and abundant wildlife. Staff has, on this site, in addition to the deer and the bald eagles, our staff has actually seen a mother bobcat and her baby on our property. So that's just one indicator of the diversity and strength of this site. And being so proximate to Lake Lafayette, I think, introduces much more of that abundance. But the unique beauty has, up until now, primarily been enjoyed by our runners within their course. But what this project does is open up the remaining 440 acres to our community and our region more broadly. And Sean will highlight many of the amenities that we have planned for that property, and I will turn it over to him. We are fortunate to have him as a partner, and I jumped the gun. I've got one more thought to share here, but given the volume of amenities that we have proposed for this park, and the funds required even just to achieve basic infrastructure of roadways, we have developed a plan that is structured in 2 stages, with stage 1 taking us through 2025. Stage 2 remains conceptual at this time, with the exact scope and funding being really intentionally open for future commissions, considerations, and as those needs evolve. Today we'll be focusing primarily on stage 1 and seeking your approval to move forward with that stage. And now I am ready to transition to Sean. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Chairman Daly and Commissioners. On behalf of the DRNP, WPI, and PROS Consulting team, we'd like to congratulate you for your continued support of the ARP planning process. We'd also like to thank Lee and Maggie, as well as staff from all of the departments within the county, for making this a truly collaborative and multidisciplinary process and an approach to planning. Just listening to each of them talk today and their knowledge of this plan and ability to articulate so many nuances really highlights the involvement and the participation that we're proud to be a part of. The master plan was developed with an extensive public process in mind, but there's a few other key steps we'd like to highlight for you. In addition to our traditional data gathering and data collection efforts, we really built off of our stakeholder input and open house to perform what's called a demographic and trends analysis. We looked nationwide, regionally, locally, to understand not only what people in our community are doing now, but what people across the country are doing now, and what they'll be doing in the future. The face of recreation is changing, and this plan embodies those changes in recreation activities. That analysis allowed us to set up what's called a market definition. This is your park program. This is how we were able to outline, as you'll see in a moment, all of the activities that will become part of the ARP plan upon implementation. Of course, we're here today to finally reveal that plan for you. But really one of the undertones of this process, and you've heard Maggie speak to it quite extensively, was to embrace a sense of place. For those that are following all of the trends in design and planning, you hear sense of place, and this park will be no different. The natural beauty of this property really sets the stage for this park. The ARP features a number of nature-based amenities that utilize the distinctive topography, the freshwater ponds, and mature stands of cypress and hardwood forest to offer residents recreation opportunities. Enhancing the existing natural character of the site will foster a sense of place and unique visitor experiences, while also offering the opportunity for a seamless brand across each of the proposed activities. This park will appeal to people of all ages and a diversity of user groups, as we've talked about. So with this in mind, Let's take a tour of the future of art. The boards in the back of the room have this slide and several of the other images we'll share with you today, so please, we encourage you to spend some time with us and getting into some of the details. But we really wanted to highlight for you some of the backbone information that we built this park upon. As you can see on the screen right now, we really utilize the existing roadway infrastructure rather than creating new roads and incurring new development costs. So we're really basing this plan off of what's there today, but building upon it. We're proposing a new iconic gateway entry to reinforce that sense of place. This will take advantage of the existing park entry off of Apalachee Parkway. We'll offer park goers a wide range of recreation activities for running, paddling, biking, and walking. And if you'll watch these slides very closely, you can start to see how we are adding these layers. Of course, the existing cross-country course and the warm-up loop will remain intact. We'll be tying into Lower Lake Lafayette with a blueway or a paddle trail. This is actually currently identified in blueprints initiatives as well as the Greenways Master Plan, so we're building off of those foundations. In addition to that, we're offering loops of nature-based walk or hike trails. We've actually taken the effort to separate the walk trails from the cycling trails so that you don't have those user conflicts. Those folks like to remain kind of in their separate worlds, if you will. All combined, we have over 12 miles of trail network that will be built at Apalachee Regional Park. Let's take a closer look at some of the uses that are planned within the park. As we've talked about, there were many constraints, but fortunately constraints are nothing more than opportunities, and we've seized every opportunity we could with this land. The stage one areas that we'll talk about include the cross-country course. Planned for the cross-country course long-term are a nature-based playground as well as a lawn or amphitheater, not like our Cascades amphitheater, but something a little more natural using the topography of the site. Moving into detail, the cross-country has a number of support facilities that will be needed for the national championship. Included in those facilities are open-air pavilions, an event and awards stage, as well as an operations building. Excuse me. As part of this planned project, we will also recognize the efforts of Coaches Bremen and Corbin, with 2 trails being named in their honor. The dog park will include 3 areas, enclosed areas that will allow for animals of small and large breed to come together for recreation. We also are relocating the remote control airfield from its current location at the cross-country course. This is actually on one of the highest elevations in the county. If you haven't been to the top of this closed cell, it's actually a wonderful view. The opportunity to reinforce the brand of ARP can be furthered here through the inclusion of some of the amenities that the airfield benefits from now, such as their storage enclosure and their shelter. We might look at using reclaimed cargo containers that have been modified with roll-up garage doors, really helping reinforce that sense of place. We've taken advantage of some of those significant slopes. Tony showed you a slide of a cell closure, and you can actually see how steep that topography is. It's not really usable for recreation activities, maybe beyond hiking, walking, but we're going to actually create wildflower habitat if FDEP approves it. Of course, this establishes pollinator habitat, which is beneficial for our environment, but it also speaks to the opportunity to reduce maintenance costs because of the frequency of mowing for wildflower meadows. The area to the north of the airfield is currently your event parking space. It will continue to serve as such and actually expand to include overflow parking and warm-up opportunities for cross-country events. We've set aside a significant allocation of land for what we're calling nature-based recreation. Again, this is your mountain bike and hiking trails, but we're also constructing boardwalks and observation platforms within these environments. Really a great way to have a small footprint but enjoy the beauty of the land. To the east of Apalachee Regional Park are 2 disc golf courses, each one consisting of 18 holes being proposed. One is intended to be a professional level course, while the second is more of an amateur course, a recreational course. I would like to highlight for you that the existing grinding operations are to the north of the lower orange cell, if you will. Those will remain there. They'll be highly screened and buffered from view, but we're also reserving a portion of the cross-country course in that area in the event of emergency staging needs. As you'll recall, we've needed some expanded area within the landfill for that function. Now I'd like to talk to you a little bit about Stage 2, just very briefly touch upon some of the program improvements there. As we talked about, this plan does allow for flexibility in the future. To the north of the existing active recreation fields, you'll see a green area. That is for unknown to be determined future active recreation. So we've set land aside as we see changes in recreation needs within the community. We have the flexibility to accommodate those. To the north of this slide, you'll see an area that's proposed for primitive camping. And then finally, you'll see the area to the east, which is our rural waste management. With the closure of the landfill, the proposal was to relocate that to an area that was a little less usable for recreation, and so we've gone ahead and proposed it in the eastern portion of the park. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Alan, and he can continue talking about the money.
There's a surprise. Commissioners, you can see on the screen the overall cost for Stage 1 we've estimated at this point in time at $5.1 million. It's divided currently between your general revenue and your tourism development tax at 3.2 and 1.8. The first 5 years have been approved as part of your budget process, including the first line through your carry forwards and board approval last year. The rest of it's in the adopted capital improvement program. As you can see, this program goes out 8 years in total. So for the balance of the 3 years after your approved 5-year plan, we'd be bringing that back to you as part of your annual budget processes for final approval and funding at that point in time. In addition, as noted in your item, there will be some operating impacts associated with this. We'll be bringing that to you as amenities come online. We'll be seeking additional staff at the appropriate time to take care of all this additional acreage, trails, etc. But that will come to you through annual budget processes, and we have some additional numbers in the workshop item itself. Lastly, I just want to make a point, and it's not also not on the slide, but I want to pick up on the actual landfill closure. All those funds, commissioners, have been set aside and are dedicated for the landfill closure specifically. They cannot be used for any other purpose. So we want it to be very clear that the funds here for the park are strictly general revenue and tourism tax. The funds for the landfill closure are dedicated and separate and being accumulated over the last 20 years for that specific purpose. So with that brief summary of the fiscal analysis, I'm going to turn it back to the county administrator for sort of the closure.
Thank you, Alan. Commissioners, that was a lot, we know, in a very short period of time. We understand you may want to go back to some of those slides that you've seen. Before I hand it back to you, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to thank the team that's assembled here today, as well as our consultants. The closure of a landfill alone, you might imagine, is a highly complex, very technical project, again, on its own. This opportunity relative to the park presented a transformative opportunity to create a real signature feature in the community. And we, as stewards of the project, certainly have tried to treat it like that throughout in fulfilling your vision for the park and as well as serving the community, as Maggie noted, not only now, but well into the future. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll hand it back to you.
Okay. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Lindley, you're recognized.
Hey, thank you. This is so exciting. Great, great. Lee, you're going to be really busy on down the road. Sounds like. I just had a couple of questions. One, how does this meet our sustainability goals and how that would be affected? And the other one, I was kind of concerned about the strain on the in-house staff. If we cut this budget from $17.1 million to $12.6 million, that's a lot of in-house staff, and I know it's partly the dirt also. But that was impressive and substantial, and I was just wondering, I know that on down the road we may need, I think you said 4 to 5 people for maintenance, but what about now? Do we have enough people to do this?
When I was speaking of the in-house staff, Commissioner, that was to help do the stormwater facility, which we've already completed. That was done, completed in September of this year. The other was with solid waste, where we had some closed sales that we have done that were completed in earlier part of 17. So that work's already been completed. So that helped reduce the cost of doing the closure sale. So.
Commissioner Lindley, just to address another part of your question, relative to the staff support that it would take on an ongoing basis with a facility like this, you're right. We tried to be very, very transparent in the item with that, because that's an important decision of the board, and those would come online as the amenities come online to support them. And so, as we mentioned in the item, it would be our intention to present those in the fiscal years where they would be needed.
To the point of your sustainability, our sustainability goals, trees, of course, will be planted throughout. We have a focus on native and flowering, even potentially edibles. That's a blend of plantings that often is overlooked, but a lot of thought will go into that as we get to that phase. The trails, as Sean mentioned, is going to be 12 acres, 12 miles of hiking and biking trails, which is a significant contribution to the board's goal, but also in the arena of sustainability. And then if I had to choose one feature that I'm personally most excited about, it's the 30 acres of wildflowers and flowering meadows. This pollinator habitat will incorporate an education curriculum, very engaging signage. I envision potentially events and expanding just our community's awareness of the impact. And just one small fact on that topic, as you research, sometimes you discover challenging facts, and one is the monarch population of butterflies. Only from 1993, they have had a 90% reduction in their population. And conveniently, Leon County is on a flyway, which you learn these new terms every day, but a flyway that will bring the migratory pattern of these monarchs right through Leon County onto St. Mark's and then southward. And so as we were talking with experts in habitat restoration, the energy is coming alive of the potential impact, not only on reduced maintenance and mowing requirements from a staff perspective, but really an environmental impact. So those are the few that quickly come to mind. Yeah.
Commissioner Deloge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Occasionally we get things right, and this is one of those things. When I brought the NACO board here in December, this was one of the field trips we took them to, and they're still talking about it. I still have people pulling me aside around the country saying, how'd you guys turn a landfill into a park? That really is something to be said. A couple quick questions. I know the blueprint plan is to link up with some of the other parks, and I know we went through that. What's the timeline? Guesstimate.
Commissioner, that's going to... You've done a preliminary point ranking at the IA. Mm-hmm. You all, when you come back and do the final flow of funds, that'll be determined. So there has been not a set date yet where that project lands in terms of blueprint funding.
2 years, 10 years?
It really just depends, Commissioner. Again, those decisions relative to the financing of projects, for example, have yet to be taken by the board. Again, you're still early on, you're still prioritizing, and you've completed that big part of the process. The next would be the phasing in of projects, and that'll contemplate a lot of decisions, which will be before you very soon.
Okay, and then the other side of it is, how do we get the word out? I'm still, as I walk around town and talk to people, and I say, we're going to have the NCAA National Cross Country Track Championship here, and they go, what? Where? And I'll say, well, out at the Apalachee Regional Park, where's that? And I hate to say it's the landfill or the dump, because that's what most people are from. But so how do we help get the word out? It's a huge success story, and we should be proud of it. I mean, as PA used to say, our failures are front page news. We never get a chance to tout the things that we've done right. So.
Well, his were. Mine are front page news. The commissioners, that's an issue for us, obviously, in terms of really marketing this. I think you're right. I don't think this is on people's radar yet. You've got the folks that are the users now, but as you see here in this presentation, we'll be greatly expanding that. So primarily now, as Maggie mentioned, you've got the runners. The runners know it. The remote control group, they know it, but very soon, upon your action today, this will be a big part of this, is introducing this amenity to the community, and that'll be a big part of these efforts as well.
Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all very much, and I too am very excited about long-term plans. I know when we looked at landfill closure, I think some of us were surprised that the cost came out and all the data came out that it would be much better to close the landfill, and we do have the opportunity for an incredible asset. So I like the collaborative nature and the data, the research, those types of things. I have a few questions related to that. I'm going to start though with, I suppose, the one thing, and in briefly, Mr. County Administrator, yesterday, I think you said something like, what is not to love here? And so I just want to share, there's some folks in the room from Wood Run neighborhood right across the street from the landfill, what will be the park. And I did receive a number of emails in the last few days about one point of concern, a few points of concern. So I want to bring that up first, and then I'll get back to some of the good things that I think. There's a lot of good things in this plan. So first, I did get some questions about public outreach. And Maggie, I appreciate that you had 19 different stakeholder groups in the online survey. I think a number of times we've seen issues where, and as you just said, Mr. County Administrator, it's hard to get the word out in general on different things, but neighborhoods that are next to certain types of developments or plans may need some special outreach, because there may be one small thing, may not be small to them, but one piece of a very large plan that really stands out. And that's what happened in this case, I think. So the critical question that I've gotten from many of the neighbors, and I think David Young is our neighborhood association president, is here with many others, is about the location of the rural waste center. So first, just to clarify, that rural waste center is not proposed to be moved until stage 2. It will remain where it is for 5 to 8 years, maybe longer. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. That's the time frame. Okay. Yes.
So this is a longer term proposal to move it to the eastern end of the property. So that's a real critical piece. Secondly, a lot of the questions came back about locating that facility directly across from the entrance to Wood Run. So I really appreciate the conversation, Mr. County Administrator, in our briefing yesterday. You said that because this is stage 2 and that it's conceptual right now, that we could look at other options, perhaps behind the Talquin facility, increased buffer, something like that. There was a number of comments about the rural waste centers being out of sight and having a greater buffer. So did I get that right? Any other comments on the potential of relocating that?
No, just that this is the right time in the process, obviously. We're very early on in the planning. What the issues that you raised were perfectly reasonable, made perfect sense. Obviously, we had those planned there for convenience and off the road and that sort of in and out sort of thing. But we totally get that concern. And what we'll do is we won't wait until 2025. We'll turn that back around to you all and give you a report on how we're able to accommodate that and different options in the relative near term, so you can sort of dispense with that issue.
That would be fantastic. And I know the neighborhood would probably very much appreciate that. So yes, the different things I picked up from the emails were the buffer, the traffic and safety leaving the site, and right directly across from the entrance to the neighborhood. So I think that would be great to address that, and I think I'm seeing some nods from the neighbors, so that's really good. One thing that popped out of an email, so I'll dovetail this into, I guess, another question. Not surprised, right on the edge of Lake Lafayette, that we're seeing a lot of animals out there. That's good. I like the idea of the wildflowers. I guess I picked up on one comment you made, Sean, about FDEP needing to approve the wildflowers. I wonder if that is a big question. I don't know why they wouldn't celebrate this with less maintenance equipment and other things. So I really hope that they focus on this as not just a good option here, but in other places too. So I think you're making the right argument. And I would pause, but I don't think there's any other comments on that, correct? Got the right read? Okay. So I know that Wood Run, when I went out to the neighborhood association meeting, Angela actually gave a little presentation on bears and other things in that area, and they have seen a lot of animals on that side. So there was some concern about safety of pets and other things, but they're natural areas on both sides. And I guess the question I had was, with opening this up for more areas where wildlife could expand, it also, the 7,200 acres, Commissioner Deloge, you're absolutely right. We've got to get this message out. That is a huge contiguous park. That's really a wildlife area then. I mean, do we anticipate, have you seen anything in the study about keeping, we are not going to keep the wildlife there, but that expanding the territory that they can have access to on that, in that area, or is that just, we'll have to wait and see?
I would say that's more in the line of preserving existing habitat rather than expanding the footprint of wildlife. But this is all part, too, of why we encourage dogs on trails to be leashed. You know, for some people like the free range, we have developed a dog park in part for that opportunity to be off leash and free rein. But with interacting with nature, you may come across nature. So it's a natural risk, but I wouldn't put it in a risk category by any means. This is habitat preservation, all 7,200 acres.
Okay. It's expected to improve times on the trail.
Yeah, don't put that in the marketing. I think we're good. All right. Well, thank you very much. So one last question from the neighborhood, but also something I've heard from Lavinia and other places with, and this probably goes to you, Tony, with the formal closing of the cells. Even though we're not taking in the construction and demolition debris, there are times when the gypsum dust still smells like rotten eggs and maybe sulfur in that area. So a complete cap of those cells is going to finally address that lingering issue. Might it address that issue, I should say?
It'll help that.
It'll help that issue, okay. Over time, though, it'll diminish. Is that fair? Okay. Good. All right. Well, I think that covers all of the questions that I got from the neighborhood. Thank you, or my colleagues, for digging into that. Otherwise, this is the other notes that I had, the return on the investment. I remember when we did the study of the sports complex and how much incredible cost, and people are spending all this money on ball fields and other things. I think this is one more step in how creative you all have been and collaborative with our community partners and all the departments to get a really amazing return on the investment for the track, for disc golf in the future, other things. I even like the note about the terrain of the cells being great for mountain biking. So, I mean, just looking at this really creatively, I think you all have done a great job. I had a note also, Commissioner Deloge, about marketing to locals and the Tallahassee app when it comes on, other things, I think, and students for sure, our town and gown approach, this is going to be really critical. But I think it also opens up other opportunities for, say, bird watching or biking or other things for TDC, and just want to make sure we're expanding into that. So the very last question I have then, Mr. Chair, is about drones. I didn't know if I've always seen the radio aircraft and everything, but if drones is contemplated, if that is in the same category, if we've gotten questions about that, I didn't know if that was an issue that come up yet.
We've discussed it briefly, but drones are in a whole different category. This is purely the remote control radio flight right now. If at some point in the future that's a conversation we want to have, but right now it's intended to stay with those. But we've had conversations, and I know there's a lot of legal issues with drones right now, so we've stayed with the radio control for the time being.
That works for me. Just wanted to ask the question because the question does come up. You're right. Well, thank you all. This is really exciting, and I really appreciate your efforts to address some of the neighborhood concerns as well. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. First off, one question, the primitive site, how large was it? Do you recall right offhand?
We have 9.5 acres allocated for the primitive overnight camping.
And does that include any facilities of any sort?
We have very simple infrastructure there, parking, we have a restroom facility, so showers.
Yeah. And then secondly, congratulations to staff. You saved taxpayers $5 million through ingenious projects, and also the work that you've done to make it so appealing to people not from Tallahassee. So congratulations to you. And then lastly, I'm hoping that between our workshops that some of our disc golf people will give me a couple of lessons so that I'll be prepared when I take on the master's course out there. But thanks for coming out today.
There is a motion on the table by Commissioner Lindley for option number 1, seconded by the Vice Chair. A couple of comments and questions from myself. First of all, man, what a great silent support with the disc golf players over here. I love it. That's great. That's great. 2 things. Mr. Administrator, last year you and I had the opportunity to go to Copenhagen, where we learned a lot about the parks, sense of destinations, and we brought back an idea and helped me to remember. I thought that we actually discussed at the workshop last year having some type of signature event in terms of the wow factor with planting native trees that bloom that people will love to come see. Remember the example that I gave at the workshop that we had is, the tidal basin in D.C. is internationally known, and people come from all over the world to see the cherry blossoms when they're in full bloom. And we talked about either on a couple of the pathways or on the drive-in or something, being able to line a park or a couple of our parks with that wow, that bam, so that when they are in full bloom, it's absolutely amazing. And people, where are we with that? I thought we were talking about that with the regional.
We were. You may recall, Mr. Chairman, that we actually brought you back several options during the budget. I know it's been a long time now. Several times during the budget, and the one option selected by the board
Which park was that?
To Pedrick Park, to do the crab apples around Pedrick Park. But the board left the door open to say this may be something you undertake in each budget year and take little steps in that direction. But the first one that you authorize as a signature planting feature is at Pedrick Park around the pond.
And I am glad that we're moving forward with Pedrick. I do not want you to take it off the table with this park either. I want you to continue. It's a workshop, so we're not making any definite decisions today. But I want you to keep that in mind, and if it works, I think we should do it. If we are going to build this park to be that signature park, I think it would be absolutely amazing. I really do. Oh, I thought you were about to say something else. Sorry. Second and final, many years ago, this commission actually addressed a solar farm out at the regional park. And now I do realize that there are places out there at the landfill that we cannot use for recreation, we cannot use for anything else. Many years have gone by, at least 7 or 8 since we've had this conversation, and that is something I don't want to take off the table either if it's appropriate. Look, when we drive through Atlanta, you'll notice that in the right-of-ways in between 285 and 85, literally on their embankments, they're putting up panels. They are using as much public space as they can. I don't want to take away from the natural beauty of the park and its original purpose. But look, if we've got open land where we have the opportunity to explore this option and use clean energy to be able to either, how about this? What if we created the first completely off-grid signature park in the southeast United States based on solar? Boy, you're talking about putting us on the map, let alone being able to generate more power to be able to put back onto the grid. What I'm saying is, I don't know the answers. It's been a solid, 7 or 8 years since we've discussed this. Technology continues to change. It might be more viable. Now that we have a better idea of what we want to do with the land out there, there might be some opportunities, specifically on the cells, where we can't use it for any other recreation. It's not settled enough, the earth, to be able to use it for even passive recreation, but is it settled enough to be able to put some type of infrastructure for a solar field? Anyway, it's my 2 comments. I want to keep that on the table as well. I think that if we have the opportunity to be able to move forward, both with the Bloom and with the clean energy appeal, we should. Having said that, we've got a motion on the table by Commissioner Lindley, seconded by the Vice Chair. No other comments. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, passes 6-0. Thank you all. Commissioner Dozier, I did not even see. Go ahead. We got time for comment.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify, this is coming back to us for ratification, or are we going to wait for that future agenda item?
It's coming back to you for ratification, and there may be a future agenda item, but we may be able to deal with it in the ratification.
That's great. We just want to make sure I can let the neighborhood know when, and we've also encouraged them to let you all know about those issues as well, but I think they're going to be very happy. Thank you. And since I chimed back in, I like your idea, Mr. Chair. I think, we had some consternation over the solar before, but sure. I love your idea about off-grid, so I'd support that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And by no means do I want to hold up the ratification. No, we're going to move forward with this. Yes, sir. And there's no way that they're going to have the answers to all these questions between now and ratification, but there is nothing slowing us down from at a future time if it's appropriate and the board is willing that we consider it. So, excellent. All those in favor of the motion, we just took the vote. It passed 6-0 with Commissioner Proctor out of chambers. So thank you all very much. Sean, thank you very much. Thank you for a great presentation. We stand adjourned for 30 minutes. We'll have our second workshop at 1:30.
That's right. That's work.
But the new, you guys, that was one of the best. These guys working really hard. That's cool. Did a great job making little touch points for what the plan contains. It set it up really well.
Great job. You did it. Done. We've only just begun.
I can have some elevator music.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is 1:30 on Tuesday, October 24th. It is time for our second workshop for the day on the 2018 state and federal legislative priorities. Thank you all for joining us. Mr. Administrator, go ahead and turn it over to you, or do we need to just turn it over straight to Ms. Payton for her first presentation?
Oh, well, we'll get to that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, excellent. Mr. Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, it's that time of year again, and this is the time when we conduct your annual workshop on the development of your priorities for the state and federal legislative sessions. Just to get us all caught up to speed, as you will recall, last year, to start off with the state legislature, it was a tough year, to say the least. It was punctuated by the proposal to create an additional $25,000 homestead exemption, as you're all aware. But the legislature also preempted local governments on a lot of the high-profile issues that were taken up during the legislative session last year, including medical marijuana, including some of the cable and the small cell wireless communications infrastructure that we've been dealing with, and many more issues. Next year will be the second year of the current leadership in the Florida legislature. I'd like to say that we don't expect more of the same, but in fact we do. There have already been bills filed for the 18 legislative session that would reduce local government resources, revenues, create new unfunded requirements of local governments. We are undaunted, however, as usual, and we will continue to work with our partners at the Florida Association of Counties and at NACO to advocate for policies that recognize that counties are most effective in serving and representing the unique needs of our community. A big part of how we do that, commissioners, as you know, is through our contract lobbyist, and we're joined today by Dr. Jeff Sharkey of the Capital Alliance Group, as well as Vicki Cram and Sarah Vilms from Squire Patton Boggs, all very familiar faces to you, commissioners. Staff will start off today's workshop by providing an overview of our appropriations and policy requests. You will notice perhaps in the written materials that we've taken a little bit of a revised approach this year, in that we've narrowed our asks, if you will, to sort of represent some of the priority issues for the state. The Speaker and the Senate President, our legislative delegation has also asked that we be very precise in our legislative requests, so you'll see that reflected. We've also identified county projects that best align, again, with program priorities of the state of Florida, as I mentioned. That's all reflected in your workshop. Also, Jeff Sharkey will share some of the details about what we anticipate for the upcoming 2018 state legislative session, and Vicki Cram and Sarah Vilms will give us an update on recent developments in Congress. I can't even imagine what they would have to share with us. But with that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I will hand it off to Andy Johnson to get us started. Andy?
Thank you, Vince, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Pleasure to be back working on our state and federal legislative priorities once again. As the County Administrator mentioned, we are expecting another challenging year for local governments, particularly in the Florida legislature. As you're all aware, Vince mentioned it's the second year of the current leadership. In addition, we know the state's going to be facing a pretty tight budget picture this year. So going into next budget year, they were looking at about a $52 million surplus with an M in about an $84 billion budget. So a very narrow budget surplus, and that was before Hurricane Irma. So we know the state has spent upwards of $140 million, I think, at last check, and still ticking on recovery needs associated with Irma. So we know it's going to be a very tight budget picture this year. So again, we expect to play a significant amount of defense as it relates to home rule, unfunded mandates, and things of that nature as we do each year. However, although we do expect it to be a difficult year for local governments, particularly funding local projects, we are aware that the legislature is going to be very interested in talking about disaster preparedness, mitigation, recovery issues. In fact, the House has already put together a select committee on hurricane readiness and response, and Senate committees have already been discussing several of these issues. And because of that, and because of the budget picture, the legislature has already indicated that any available money that would normally go to local projects is really going to be directed into those types of projects related to disaster response and recovery and mitigation initiatives. And of course, staff's recommended legislative priorities reflect this strategy, and I'll get into these in just a second. To start off, as we do each year, just a quick overview of our appropriations requests. Many of these will be familiar to you. These are projects, some of these we've had on our legislative priorities list for a few years, but just a couple notes. The first project that you see on the list, the critical facilities backup generators, this is a project that we had in last year's legislative budget that unfortunately didn't make it past the veto pen. This is a project that's a joint line item with the city. Vince mentioned a moment ago that our delegation has asked us to be very precise with our list of projects that we have specific legislative asks for. And in addition to that, they've also asked us, to the extent possible, if we can develop partnerships or come with joint projects with the city or other entities. Of course, the county has county projects, city has city projects, and all of our partners have their own projects, but we did find an opportunity with this one to continue to partner with the city to put together a combined line item for a request there. Just a few notes on some of the others. You're very familiar with Leon Works. That was also previously funded in the state budget 2 years ago. This year we're recommending again to seek funding to support the Expo as well as the Junior Apprenticeship Program. Another Orchard Pond Greenway Trail, you're familiar with that. That's been recommended in the state budget for a few years. Last year it was in, like the generator project, but it ultimately was vetoed. The final 3 projects on the list are water projects. And as you'll recall from previous updates, capital updates, and end of session reports, in the past few years, the legislature has allocated a pot of money for local government water projects. It's not yet clear whether that resource is going to be available this year. As I mentioned, any funding is expected to be directed toward disaster preparedness and mitigation issues. However, we wanted to be in the proper posture by putting these projects on our list in case that resource is available this year. As Vince mentioned, we also have projects that we've identified that we recommend for potential grant funding. As reflected in the workshop item, we've been very successful in recent years seeking funding through the various state and federal executive branch grant programs. Most notably, in the FDOT 5-year work program, there is over $100 million currently programmed just for Capitol Circle Southwest and Woodville Highway alone, in addition to many other millions of dollars programmed for other road projects in Leon County. In addition, we've, as you know from recent agenda items, we've had over $9 million secured for septic to sewer conversion projects through the state's Springs Restoration Program. So this list and the workshop item reflects a recommendation to continue that successful strategy that we've had in recent years to align certain projects that best align with executive branch grant programs and continue that strategy. Now I'll hand it over to Nikki Payton to give us a quick overview of our recommended state legislative policy issues. Nikki.
Ms. Payton,
Thank you. Thank you, Andy. Commissioners, you are familiar with several of the issues before you today, so I will be providing a high-level overview. But if any additional information is needed, Andy and I will be happy to do so. To begin, the protection of the state workforce has always been one of the board's top priorities in support of fair wages and protection of the state's health insurance and retirement program plans. Next, in 2015, the board approved a resolution in support of our college and universities presidents in opposition of legislation that would allow concealed carry of weapons on college and universities campuses. And as Andy mentioned previously, the legislature will be focusing on disaster recovery and mitigation projects this upcoming session. The House Speaker appointed a select committee on hurricane readiness and intends to direct any available funding to local hurricane readiness and preparedness initiatives. And Commissioners, as you may recall, you received an agenda item on trail development earlier this year and adopted a resolution in support of enhanced trail funding. This policy statement recommends the board to continue this support during the upcoming session. Moving forward, Andy will be providing more details regarding passenger rail service services during the federal priorities. But at the state level, this priority is seeking a legislative resolution reflecting the state's support of restoring rail services throughout the Gulf Coast region. And in a nutshell, following the board's approval of the creation of a countywide animal abuser registry in July, staff was directed to include the support of a statewide animal abuser registry as a priority for this upcoming session, which will further support law enforcement's efforts on this issue. Recently, during the last board meeting, the Commission received a presentation from State Representative Schlossberg regarding texting and driving. Representative Schlossberg requested the board to adopt a resolution in support of legislation that would change texting while driving to a primary offense. This resolution is included as an attachment in your workshop material, and this policy statement reflects the board's support of this legislation. Next, the high-impact tourist development tax is an issue that the board has supported over the past 2 sessions. The proposal seeks an adjustment in state law that would allow counties that host preeminent research universities, such as Leon County, to levy an additional 1 cent of tourist tax. The revenues from this local option tax can be used to support the operating cost of a convention center, which is included in FSU's Arena District Master Plan, a project which FSU will be providing an update on to the Blueprint IA Board in December. And finally, Commissioners, as we do each year, staff is recommending the board to support FACT's legislative program, which will include high-priority legislative issues related to counties statewide, such as preserving home rule authority and avoiding any unfunded mandates.
Thank you, Nikki. Appreciate it. Mr. Chairman. If I could also, just on FACT issues, you're all very well aware of FACT's policy program. It involves, like Nikki mentioned, home rule issues, avoiding unfunded mandates, as well as other high-priority county items like state and local partnerships for economic development and workforce development, affordable housing, and a variety of other issues. Moving on, Commissioners, wanted to invite Jeff Sharkey, our state lobbyist, to provide just a quick update of what we anticipate during the 2018 Florida legislative session based on what's occurred since we last came to you with the end of session report earlier this year.
Thank you, Andy. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, again, pleasure to be here. A quick overview. Left Senate President designate.
Jeff, I don't think your microphone is on.
Am I doing it right? Yeah? There we go. Excuse me. Again, a pleasure to be here. Taylor and I just left, the Taylor Beals here with us from the Capital Alliance Group, just left Senator Galvano's Senate President designation, induction ceremony and reception. And so it gives one sense of hope that there's vision and moderation over across the street in the Capitol building. And we look forward to his leadership in 2018-2020. So it's not all, it's probably better than what's going on, and it's all relative speaking, probably. but Mr. Long and Andy and Nikki gave a pretty good overview, obviously, of kind of the tenor and temperament and particular current situation over there. We all know about the hurricane, the budget issue. There was really, state economists came up with what they believe to be between $52 and $57 million in surplus. Just to date on expenditures post-Irma, they've spent $141 million. They've had a dip into reserves. The Speaker of the House is, of course, you've read it in the paper, has indicated that there will be no member projects funded. That's not the position that the Senate has taken, clearly, and the game is just starting. So we're really in the second week of interim committee weeks. We missed one because of the hurricane. As you know, they've moved the legislative session up, so we've got really January, February, we'll hit the ground running up there. A couple of key issues. Again, from last year, I don't know how it can get any worse in terms of local government preemption, attack on home rule. I don't see anything changing in the House this year. I think the kind of the reverberations on the homestead exemption, certainly in the Senate, they've begun to realize, from members that we've talked to, senators we've talked to, what that means for local governments. I mean, in terms of kind of a man-made financial crisis. So hopefully it'll be on the ballot in 2018. There'll be some more moderation, certainly on the Senate side, in terms of attacks on local governments. But I think we can anticipate that's going to continue to happen. The CRA bill has been filed again. There have been a variety of bills already filed. Representative Burton's filed one. Representative Avila has filed one to really preempt local decision-making on a variety of areas. Obviously our goal to protect home rule will be to, along with the Florida Association of Counties and the League of Cities, is to counter those as best we can. We've talked to Andy and his team, as well as had a conversation with the city last night, city lobbyists, on the joint efforts on the hurricane mitigation funding. As you know, there's a big focus on hardening and rebuilding infrastructure in Florida. I've met with the staff director of that House committee, and we can anticipate that the kinds of requests that we've got here may be very consistent with some of the things they want to do. So we look forward to working on that joint issue with the city. Well, obviously, again, we're very focused on state worker protection. Hopefully they're done looking at the pension reform issues and healthcare issues for a while and let those settle in. And we've got a little bit of increase from last year in salaries for state workers, and so we applaud that. And hopefully we don't retract anything going forward this year. We're excited about working on Leon Works again. He's got some great press, obviously, and there is a big focus on career training, apprenticeship programs this year. So hopefully, if the colleges, state colleges took a huge cut last year, we continue to talk to TCC. We'd certainly like to see this funded, if not increased from where we were 2 years ago. So, we're ready to go. You got a great team here. And of course, all of you, we've met with all of you and talked about, your concerns, your issues. We're here to help. If there's anything we can do in terms of answering any questions, for example, the texting and driving bill is up at 3 o'clock today. We're going to be, we're over there testifying on that and supporting it on behalf of the county. So, we're here. And again, thanks for the opportunity to work for the county. We very much appreciate it.
Excellent. I have 3 points before we move on. How do y'all want to do it? Do you want to deal with state issues right now, and we can move on to the federal presentation, or do you want to have the federal and do it all at the same time? Okay. I've got a few, 3 points on the state. First of all, Ms. Payden, good job on your first presentation for the County Commission. There is no doubt in my mind that we will adopt the legislative priorities. When we do so, will you personally reach out to Representative Schlossberg's office and let them know that not only are we going to pass a resolution in support, but we have made it one of our priorities, which is not something that we actually addressed, I believe, when she came. If it's appropriate, when we have the resolution, as we mentioned when she came to present, if she is in town, it would be nice to actually formally present her with our resolution on behalf of her legislation, if that works out, okay? Number two, I do want to ask my colleagues to consider, and whoever does make the motion at the end, to consider making this part of the motion as well. I would like to add a priority in there, which simply states that we fully support the Department of Environmental Protection to fully fund and properly staff the Lake Jackson Aquatic Preserve Management Plan. It is a DEP function. Every year they do not put enough money in there to take care of Lake Jackson. It's their jurisdiction. It's the only aquatic preserve in Leon County, so it doesn't conflict with any other water body. But it's their responsibility. It's their jurisdiction. It is not ours. So I have in the past worked with Senator Mofford's office, our representative's office, Friends of Lake Jackson, with one voice saying, please, Governor, put the money into DEP to fully fund the Aquatic Preserve Program, which Lake Jackson Aquatic Preserve is part of, and to properly staff it so that we can properly manage the lake as well. Well, I appreciate it. Why don't we, if you don't mind then, when we get to the end, to make the motion for all of the state priorities, is it an understanding, is it okay that we include that in there as well? Not a specific dollar amount, but just to fully encourage the state to fund. Excellent. Jeff, one quick question before I turn it over to Commissioner Dozier also. Look, we're wrestling with the telecom bill right now, and I know that there are a lot of eyes across the state that are looking at us to see what Leon County is going to do with this. Are you hearing any rumblings around the state capitol about a preemption bill, specifically when it comes to municipal or county deposits? So you know the financial issues associated with this, and we're starting to hear from the industry. What are you hearing?
Well, there's certainly some rumblings from some of the telecoms, AT&T folks, about these deposits. You know, in other words, you know, different communities are requiring different levels of deposits to initiate the wireless installation. Move forward. I haven't heard anything about a preemption bill. I don't know if it's risen to that level of concern, but you know, could possibly, you know, the fight over obviously how much they were going to be charged last year is probably still on the table, but I have not heard anything formally about any preemption. Nothing's been filed to my knowledge, so we'll certainly watch that.
I would simply ask that if anything is filed, please let us know immediately, because we just extended our moratorium while we're working with this issue.
Yep.
Our dynamic legal team is in the throes of this with the industry to try to figure out how to move forward. And it's obviously very important to us, and it's an important issue across the state.
Yep.
So as soon as you hear anything, please let me know.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all again. I know this isn't an easy job, particularly in recent years, but we really appreciate it and tracking everything as you do, Andy and Nikki. I'll echo the chairman's comments. Welcome to the table. So just a couple of quick questions. Jeff, you briefly mentioned the CRA bill. I think I read something recently about it looking a bit different thus far, that it wasn't completely ending the ability to create CRAs, but there were just more disclosure, transparency, financial records, those types of issues coming up. Is that correct? That's still kind
at this point, correct?
At this point, yes. So at this point, we haven't seen any conversation about ending CRAs or limiting that, but it could come.
The Senate version was more moderate. I anticipate that the House will get a little bit more austere, maybe appropriate term, but not. You know, I know everybody's ultra sensitive on this issue, but I haven't seen, you know, kind of really the nuclear option yet. We'll certainly monitoring it because it's, you know, it affects everybody. I mean, and there's a lot of interest in maintaining it and doing something rational for different communities for different reasons. They all, you know, once you've taken away, you know, revenue from a county through this homestead exemption, and you take away some of the tools they need for economic revitalization, it's remarkable irony, right? So we're certainly heavily focused on that one.
Well, perhaps to state the obvious here, but I think we as a community have to own what issues may be out there, but really be very clear about how much effort has gone into strengthening the CRA and addressing some of those same issues that they might talk about. So I think we can build that in. I don't think we need to shy away from anything. I have a bit of a fear that that's going to be dragged up into it as an example, even though nobody knows what's happening.
You know, Commissioner, I'm reading the press this week on that issue, on the coverage. The figure that I had never known before was the amount of money invested by the private sector.
Yes.
I mean, it's you know, it's a lot of money, $147 million, if I'm not mistaken, over with $7 million. I mean, it's worked.
Yes.
I mean, it's you know, I've talked to Senator Monfort about that a little bit. How just surprised I was at the level of investment, which I think is a great story to tell.
I'm glad you got those numbers, because I think that is the critical point. We haven't told the success story.
Correct.
We haven't had those numbers in front of us. We have it now, so I think that's fantastic. So good. Thank you for that. The hurricane readiness, just a thought, I really think that we can showcase, as Matt and others have been, and Andy have been doing at FAC and other places, that we've done the hard work to make our own community more resilient. I know there were some state issues in communication. Any way that we can lean in on that, even through FAC. I know you all are already thinking about that, but I think it's one more compliment to the hard work that was done in the last year by Leon and our partners to see if we could raise that level, you know, raise those issues on a statewide level.
I know you hear it, and I'll stop talking, but The level of communication, the rapid response communication was, I hear from, I'm sure you hear from it was extraordinary. The city, from the county, I mean, it really, this time around was amazing. So that's a story to tell as well.
That's fantastic. And it may be a model that other communities could adopt if they're looking for perhaps low cost, but just really good impact. So the last question I have is just in general. I think we've done a really great job getting a handle on transportation and trails funding. County Administrator, you and I talked about this briefly in the briefing yesterday about better coordination with CRTPA, with Blueprint, with city partners, with others, and just thinking about how new avenues, direct requests to the department, other things like that. Just wanted to hear any thoughts any of you might have on how that coordination has improved our ability and our understanding of where the pots of money are. And I think I saw that reflected in the item, and I really appreciate it, but just wanted to offer that moment if there's any thoughts you have about that coordination piece and how much it's helped in our kind of trajectory going forward.
Certainly, and Andy, you can feel free to jump in, and Jeff, the recent tweaks that the board made, and I'm referring to just over the last couple of years, to incorporate the CRTPA and the Blueprint priorities into our requests has been very good, and to make sure that we continue to be coordinated there. DOT District 3 funding, I think, continues to be pretty strong. Going back to mine and your conversation yesterday, Commissioner Dozier, we could always do better on statewide funding. That's really where you could make the argument that perhaps we don't get our fair share, whatever that is. But that's, as you know, a process that is highly political, depending on what leadership looks like in any given year. And again, the statewide dollars tend to be more dynamic relative to the legislative process. But I feel like we're doing a very good job in coordinating everything that we can do sort of technically, and our leveraging efforts relative to District 3 have been pretty strong, and we hope to continue that trajectory.
That's great. All right. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr.
Excellent. Mr. Chair. Commissioners, yes, sir.
I just didn't want to miss just commenting on supporting our local legislative delegation. Has been outstanding. We have a great relationship with them. They understand the county's needs. I don't want to be remiss in mentioning Senator Montford and our House members who have really been very, very supportive. Whenever we ask them stuff, they're right there trying to be helpful. They do want to prioritize, which is good because things get a little crazy, but they've really done a good job. So I want to go on the record with that.
Excellent. Commissioners, any extremely hard or pressing questions for Ms. Payton on her first presentation for the County Commission? Seeing none, here's what I'd like to do, if you don't mind. I would like to entertain a motion to adopt the 2018 state legislative priorities as amended, and option number 2. It is committee week. There's a hearing at 3 o'clock. I think if we can go ahead and wrap up the state and allow Jeff and Taylor to get back at it across, that'd be fair. Motion on the table made by the Vice Chairman, seconded by Commissioner Lindley. Seeing no others in line to speak, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, passes 6-0. Thank you all very much. Really appreciate it. Now we'll turn our attention to the federal priorities. Ladies, welcome back from Washington, D.C. Glad to have you here in Leon County. Vince, turn it over to you again.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andy? Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Workshop item includes a narrow but very focused list of federal legislative policy issues recommended by staff. First, briefly, and Nikki mentioned this earlier, is recommended support for passenger rail restoration with Amtrak, mostly a federal issue right now. Again, Nikki mentioned it earlier during state issues, just seeking legislative support from the state. However, on the federal level, just a quick update as to some things that have happened recently there. You may recall a bill in 2015 related to passenger rail established a Gulf Coast working group to study the issue of restoration of passenger rail service along the Gulf Coast route specifically. That group recently issued its final report to Congress in July, so now it's a timely issue. There's very actionable activity that's going on. The final report included some very specific recommendations that included a daily long-distance route from New Orleans to Orlando. It also identified some projects and infrastructure needs along the proposed route. The recommended policy statement here reflects the board's support of Amtrak passenger rail service restoration and also funding of the Amtrak long-distance network, as well as a few pots of money that the federal government can provide to assist local governments with doing some of those infrastructure needs and repairs along the route. And second, again, on the theme of disaster recovery funding, we know that this is going to be an issue in Congress as well, with recovery bills related to Harvey, Irma, and Maria. And again, you may have heard it said, emergency management professionals say this all the time, that all disasters are local. The way that the disaster response framework is set up, of course, disasters happen locally. Local governments are on the front line of the response and recovery. State and federal agencies are there to assist and provide support. This policy reflects basically continued need to enhance the state, local, federal partnership for disaster response recovery, and then mitigation needs as well. And then finally, as we do each year, we include a statement to support NACO issues, which, as you well know, are very timely and include things like tax reform, which is coming up, healthcare reform, as Vicki and Sarah will talk about in just a few moments, and a variety of other issues that are of importance to counties nationwide.
I've been very disappointed in the NACO leadership recently. We've hit a low in the association, and it's good to see the association back on the upswing. Brian, as always, you did great. Thank you very much.
And so with that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'd like to turn it over to Vicki and Sarah to just provide us a similar update on what's occurred in Congress since we last provided a legislative report and what to expect in the coming months.
It's great to see you. Welcome back to Leon County.
Thanks so much. Well, thanks again, Commissioners, for having us. It's always a pleasure to work with you and the staff. And I have to mention, as an aside, Andy put together an amazing jam-packed day for us yesterday. We saw the Amtrak station, we saw Lake Henrietta, Lake Munson, the Emergency Operations Center, the Concord School, and a variety of other items. It was hugely helpful. It's always helpful for us to see things on the ground because we can be better advocates for you back in Washington, D.C. Nikki and Sarah were with us, and they added lots of substance throughout the day, so we were really appreciative. As you may know, I'm Sarah Vilms. I'm with Squire Patton Boggs. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor in Washington, D.C. I'm here with my Vicki Cram is the co-chair of our local government practice group. And you only see two of us, but we have a whole team of people back in Washington working on Leon County issues. So please remember that. We'll give you a brief overview of what's coming down the pike this year, what to expect, and how that impacts Leon County. I'm going to be talking about the FY18 appropriations process, the budget resolutions, and the supplemental funding bills that Congress is passing to help Florida recover from the hurricanes. Vicki is going to touch on healthcare reform and tax reform. And then, of course, we're happy to answer any questions you may have, and we're always happy to visit with you if you have anything further in depth you'd like to talk about. So jumping right in on the FY18 appropriations, as you probably know, Congress is currently operating on a CR, a continuing resolution, until December 8th, when they will either pass another short-term CR in order to give them time to consider and pass the full appropriations for FY18. Technically, our year started October 1, so we are already into that year, and they are continuing to work on those bills. As you know, those bills, there's 12 bills that fund all of the federal government's operations, and there are significant items in those bills for funding for Leon County. I'll just pick out a couple highlights. The Emergency Management Performance Grant Program is in the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. As you probably know, that supports prevention, protection, mitigation, and response, which is critical for you all on hurricanes and natural disasters. The CDBG, which is the Community Development Block Grant, that's funded through the HUD, the Housing and Urban Development Appropriations Bill. That gives money for Leon County to provide for affordable housing as well as rehabilitation for low and extremely low income citizens for housing as well. PILT, you are probably very well familiar. Leon County has more than 100,000 acres of the Apalachee National Forest in its boundaries, and that the PILT program remunerates local governments for not being able to tax that property, but yet you still have to respond and care for those properties. So that's a significant a piece of money that comes through the Interior Appropriations Bill. Also, something that is not technically included in appropriations usually, but because it expired in 2015 and Congress failed to reauthorize the bill, we may see that this year in 2018, is the Secure Rural Schools funding, which provides assistance to rural counties that have been impacted by revenue losses from timber that is typically harvested from federal lands. So we have heard through discussions with the Interior Appropriations Committees that that's a possibility that what they might do is put that money into the PILT programming this year, so you'll see a larger amount coming through PILT. But that's all for the Secure Rural Schools. Timeline, we talked a little bit about this. We expect this to be in an end-of-the-year package. There's a couple ways in which Congress will be able to complete its FY18 appropriations bills. One will be a big year-end package that may be attached, maybe open to attaching other things such as tax reform or another supplemental, which I'll get to in a minute, to fund hurricane recovery. The other opportunity, the other way we see this going is another CR, which would be a continuing resolution at current levels of funding, but that is subject to the sequester, so that could be reduced funding. They could pass an omnibus, or they could pass something we call a cromnibus, which is part CR, part omnibus. So they still have a ways to go on these. But we will be weighing in, and we have weighed in for the county on all of your funding priorities between now and then, and we'll continue to work on that. Let me turn quickly to the emergency supplemental funding, and then I'll get to the budget resolution. As you probably know, Congress has passed, well, Congress is on the verge of passing today the second supplemental funding bill to help states recover from the hurricanes. The first one they passed was in early October, largely for Hurricane Harvey in Texas. It was about $8 billion. The second one, the Senate is due to pass today. That is $36.5 billion. That is for Hurricane Irma, Harvey, and Maria. It would go to Texas, Florida, and Puerto Rico. Of that $36 billion, we're going to see about $18 billion go to FEMA, which would be for public assistance, individual assistance, as well as hazard mitigation funds. We are also hearing, which is still unconfirmed from the president, that, as you may know, FEMA typically covers 75% of the costs of disaster-related funded projects. Although that could change, the federal government could cover a greater share of debris removal and emergency activities in Florida, Texas, and the Virgin Islands. Again, this has not yet been confirmed, but there's some discussion going on with that. So we expect the Senate to pass that bill today, which will go to the president. The House has already passed that bill. So that should go to the president to sign rather quickly. We also expect at least one more supplemental funding package towards the end of the year that would fund emergency recovery. Senator Bill Nelson has spoken out vociferously on this topic, as well as Senator Cornyn, and we expect to see that in the end of the year package. This is one of the reasons why our discussions yesterday with the EOC manager, Kevin Peters, yesterday was so helpful, because he's given us some items that we can directly go back to Congress with and advocate between now and when they pass that next package. Quickly now on the Senate budget, the House and Senate budget resolutions. Both the Senate and the House have passed their own versions. The House is due to pick up the Senate's budget resolution this week. They've already started considering that. In addition to it setting the top line appropriations numbers for the for the FY18, the major reason that this is really looked at is it is setting up a filibuster-proof process in which Congress can consider tax reform. So it has reconciliations instruction in the bill. And Vicki is going to talk more about tax reform and health care, so I will turn it over to Vicki.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, it's a pleasure to be here as always. As Sarah just said, once the House has rubber stamped the Senate's bare bones plan to pass a bicameral budget, there is the security of a filibuster-proof pathway to tax overhaul. And then the hard work of putting together a tax package begins for Congress. So we have no legislative language yet. This has been an effort that the leadership of both the House and the Senate, both Ryan and McConnell and the tax writing committees, have been working very closely with the administration, with Treasury Secretary Mnuchin and the Council of Economic Advisors, Gary Cohn, to put together something. So it's actually a more cohesive attempt at passing legislation than the health care repeal and replace was. They're called the Big Six, and they came up with a unified framework that they were released about a month ago, just sort of the broad outlines. And it would, of course, lower personal and corporate rates. It eliminates most itemized deductions, but maintains the home mortgage interest deduction and the charitable deduction. It maintains municipal bonds, which is something we've been working on for a long time and are very concerned about. But it eliminates the state and local tax deductibility. It proposes eliminating it. In reaction to that, NACO and a lot of the other state and local groups have gotten together along with school boards and realtors to form something called Americans Against Double Taxation. This is an effort to save SALT. I think it has already been effective, and there is some movement to compromise at the very least already before they've started writing the tax package. So the devil, of course, is going to be in the details on this, and we expect the House will probably try to mark up a bill sometime in November. And once we see that, then, of course, obviously we'll be working with you on the details of the plan and weighing in. This will move through the congressional process. Hopefully they're thinking by the end of the year. I think that's optimistic. It's more likely to be sometime next year. On health care, after the Senate's failure to pass the repeal and replace of the Affordable Care Act, Senators Lamar Alexander, who's a Republican, and Senator Patty Murray, who's a Democrat, began a bipartisan effort to stabilize the health insurance market. Their bill was released last week, and it includes several provisions, a lot of provisions, but one is a 2 years phase out of the subsidies. So phasing it out and not stopping them right now, as the administration has proposed, and for more flexibility for state innovation and state waivers. This effort can probably get about 60 votes in the Senate right now, but the Senate Majority Leader has said he needs to know that the President will sign this bill if he brings it before the Chamber, and he said that on Sunday, I believe. So I think that the administration will want to negotiate maybe some changes to this. They had released an executive order last week and an announcement to cut off the subsidies. One of their provisions of their executive order was allowing expansion of low-cost, short-term duration insurance plans, which are largely exempt from ACA, the Affordable Care Act mandates. So they may be negotiating to try to get that included in the package, but it remains to be seen how this all shakes out over the next couple of weeks. There's a certain urgency to moving this bipartisan bill forward this week or next week because the Affordable Care Act enrollment starts next week. But I think more likely there's some concern about whether this can pass the House, and more likely it's going to get caught up in the end of year package of appropriations and everything else. Two other things I want to touch on very briefly in the healthcare arena are the Child Health Insurance Program, which expired at the end of September. States still have funds to run the program, and I think Florida has some funds still to run the program, but states will start running out by the end of the year of funding. So there is a bipartisan effort underway to continue the Child Health Insurance Program, and right now they are trying to figure out how to pay for it, and that will likely get caught up again in the end of year package. And then it seems that this week the President may declare a national emergency on the opioid epidemic. And the administration is working on a number of efforts like the Drug Enforcement Agency having a website for National Drug Take-Back Day, which would be a searchable database for the nearest locations where you could drop off any opiates that you might have that you're not using anymore. And HHS is, the Department of Health and Human Services is working on a toolkit for faith-based organizations and communities to be able to address this terrible public health crisis. Additional funding to, there was opioid legislation passed last year. Additional funding for FY18 will be, of course, in this end-of-year package. The one thing that we haven't talked about is infrastructure, and that's because nobody else is talking about it right now. And we think that maybe the administration might come out with something in the fall, but it's clearly going to be behind the tax reform effort. So, as always, it's a pleasure to be here before you and to give you a roundup of what we're doing. We're happy to take questions, and we love working with your wonderful staff, and it's just an honor to represent you in Washington.
Vicki, Sarah, y'all do a tremendous job, and on behalf of the Commission, thank you. Really do appreciate it. We'll open it up for any questions. Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you both, or all of you, I should say, but always good to see both Sarah and Vicki. Not surprising on either report, I'd say, from the state or federal end. Appreciate your efforts for sure, and appreciate the reports Andy's providing us when you send them down, and that's really helpful as we go through this. So I got one new issue, Mr. Chair, that I'd like to mention in a moment, but the question about FEMA, and I neglected to ask something about the debris issue when Jeff was here. I think we're all aware of what's been happening in the state about that. But on the federal end, you mentioned the new, or there may be some monies to reimburse states, locals for debris and others at a higher rate. Is there any discussion about the reimbursement, the speed of reimbursements? I've heard from some folks around the state, other commissioners, and I know it takes a long time, and we've had a lot of help to dot those I's and cross those T's to make sure that we are in line to get those reimbursements, which is critical. Is there any conversation about the speed at which FEMA responds to these requests? Because I think I heard from a Franklin County Commissioner that they were just getting money for a storm many years ago while they're working on Hurricane Hermine and now Irma as well. So just curious if that comes up or if it's just about the funding.
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Commissioner. And to answer your question, one of the things that we have been working on is, as you point out, a debris reimbursement request for Hurricane Hermine that we have recently heard from Congress that it is finally in the process. But I think one of the reasons why we were able to push that was because there are these new incoming requests from Irma and Maria and Harvey and saying, look, you got to clear this before you get to these others. But we have not heard about any speed improvements and we are concerned about that because they're going to be flooded with, an inundation of these new requests. So, that's something for us to watch out for. The thing that helps us the most advocate for you is as soon as we know what reimbursements you need, we can bring that to the congressional level and work with them as well as with FEMA. And that helps sometimes to do a couple different prong attack where you have the county working with FEMA, you have us working with FEMA, and us working with the congressional delegation that's working with FEMA. So that sometimes helps. Vicki, do you want to add anything?
I think the only other thing I'd add is that because of the horrendous impact of these storms and the severity of them, a lot of the DHS and FEMA people are out in the field right now. Right. And, are seconded to Puerto Rico or whatever. And I think that will just naturally slow down what is already somewhat slow process.
Well, I'm not surprised that it's an issue that's on your radar. I appreciate that. I guess we can look to the vice chair later or on Florida Association of Counties or National Association. I wonder if an assessment of how this has impacted other counties, around all of us around the state, and impacted the budgets. I think FAC was working on maybe a document or something like that that showed where the reimbursements were and how slow it is and the impact. I just wonder if that might help funneling it up to the national level. So thank you for that. And I guess similar comments to what we were talking about with resiliency and hurricane response. I'm so glad you were out meeting with Kevin at the EOC. I think in the new contract there's trips, visits to DC. I don't know when they're moving through these committee hearings and others. I guess similar comment to what we were thinking on the state level. If we've done a lot of hard work here, it's recent, timely, and we put a lot of effort into that. So if it helps on the federal level, I hope that that's something we can focus on. Might be some good exposure also for those good things we've done. And finally, Mr. Chair, foreign trade zone. I know this is something the city is working on, primarily submitting the application through the airport authority, but we have blueprint funds that will be dedicated to building the customs location. This is something that the Apalachee Regional Planning Council, multiple counties have endorsed this. It would help attract and recruit businesses throughout our area, particularly for manufacturing, so it's an economic development issue. So I would suggest, and I guess we don't have a motion on the floor yet, I could make a motion for the option to approve the federal issues, and I'd like to add in any support we can lend to the city in tracking the foreign trade zone application, making sure that that's in our portfolio of information that we provide to Patent Boggs, to Sarah and Vicki, and looking at that as an economic development issue for Leon County as a whole in the region. I think that would be really helpful.
Commissioner Dozier has properly moved the 2018 federal legislative priorities as amended, seconded by Commissioner Jackson. Seeing no any further comments, Commissioner Dozier?
No, sir. Does that sound like a good addition? Yes, Mr. County Administrator? Yeah, good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye. All those opposed, passes 5-0 with the Vice Chairman out of chambers. Once again, thank you very much for coming to Tallahassee today to present. We enjoy working with you. Y'all do a fabulous job. Commissioners, we are in recess until 3 o'clock, where we will come back to our regularly scheduled meeting. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is 3 o'clock on Tuesday, October 24th, time for the regularly scheduled Board of County Commission meetings. We do have a quorum. I would like to go ahead and recognize Commissioner Brian Deloge for a special introduction and to introduce the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to point out that we have some leadership Tallahassee people in the house here tonight who are over here, Edward Caraway and gang. So just so they get full credit for coming to the meeting, I told them they had to stay till the very end, which might go till 11 or 12 o'clock tonight, right? Vince, you're the moderator on this? You got it. Okay, welcome. Glad to have you. So I'm real proud to have Ronnie Raines here, who is a senior pastor with Bradfordville First Baptist Church. And if you don't mind, Pastor, stepping up and open us in prayer, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Let's bow together as we pray. God, as we bow together this afternoon, even praying today says that we believe in you. We believe that you exist. We believe that you created this day, and we believe that you have a plan and purpose for us, our lives, families, community, city, county. Lord, today as we pray, we acknowledge that we need you. There are so many things going on in our day, from hurricanes and shootings and earthquakes and fires, and the list goes on and on. Just shows our desperation for you, and I pray that we will turn our attention, our hearts, our allegiance, everything to you. Lord, I take Scripture very serious, and I appreciate being able to pray for those in authority, those who are elected to positions that they're in. And I thank you that I can pray for them today and pray over them, and I pray for peace in their lives, wisdom and discernment and guidance as they make decisions that affect us and our quality of life. And Lord, I pray that you'll give them the discernment and wisdom as well to know how to handle the praise that they receive and even how to handle criticism that may come their way. But Lord, we pray that your hand of protection will be on our city and our county. And thank you again for the Lord Jesus Christ, whom we love, and we realize that he is the one in ultimate authority. So I rejoice in being able to pray today. I rejoice in being able to live in this county. And thank you for letting me serve you and serve Bradfordville First Baptist Church. And we appreciate the difference that this county and city they're making. And we pray this today in Jesus' name. Amen. To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dr. Raines, thank you so very much for being with us today. We certainly appreciate the invocation. We're now on awards and presentation, and I would like to ask Ms. Paula DeBowles-Johnson, who is the chairman of the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls, please come forward for a presentation. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, County Administrators, and Commissioners. I'd like to also take a moment to recognize the commissioners that are in the room. If you'd please stand and wave so that they can see you. Thank you for joining us today. We are pleased to present the results of our work over the last year to the Commission. As you see here, we have a list of the amazing women that have been part of the 2016-17 Commission Board over the past year. I think that you'll be pleased with the results that you see and hear from me today. Listed here, we have our committees, but the ones that I'd like to point out is the Policy Committee. We've heard over the past few years that we need to take more of a policy-driven focus, and that's what we've tried to do. So while each of our individual committees work to meet Commission priorities, I'd like to highlight policy, which was newly created this year. This committee spent a lot of time condensing more than 100+ issues identified by the Commission over the past 6 years and streamlined those 100+ topics into 5 topical areas, which include violence and safety, physical and mental health, financial and economic security, STEM, and social emotional development. We've made many connections with the school board, the Department of Education, the Department of Health, Juvenile Justice, and the Department of Children and Families to ensure that all partners that could provide us critical information had the opportunity to do so. So this partnership will continue. It will not change in this upcoming Commission year. This approach will allow us a more comprehensive picture to share with both the city, county, and other interested parties. Strategic planning. We spent some time over the last 2 years with the folks listed right here on this slide. I'm talking about a more streamlined focus because, as you know, we did not have a strategic plan. So what we conducted this year was a strategic review. We will find a lot more information that will come from our next commission year. We found that we are doing the things that the commission was set up to do. We're proud of that work. And it's exciting to note that we're moving in the right direction and have already exceeded many of the objectives and goals that were agreed upon when we conducted our SWOT analysis in the 2015-2016 commission year. As you know, the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls also has a speakers bureau that goes out within the community and talks about the great work that we're doing in our partnership with both the city and the county. This has been led for the past few years by Dr. Jean O'Con, who's in the room with us. And what the public merely has to do is make a request to the commission for a presentation, and our commissioners avail themselves, and we go out and provide a historic perspective and an overview of all of our work. So in the past year, I think we did more than 12 presentations in the course of the year. And again, largely this was spearheaded by Dr. Jean O'Con. I'm very excited about the Year of the Girl initiative that we've highlighted over the past year and a half. We highlighted 13 amazing girls who have been outstanding leaders within their individual schools and communities. These incredible young women were nominated by teachers, community members, as well as family members. They were highlighted on the CSWG website. They were also in print media and social media. Each awardee received a certificate, a personalized gift basket, and they were highlighted in our Status of Girls report. And I thought it important that we share one of the quotes, and we had many of these over the past years. Thank you for highlighting the quiet and consistent girl who is sometimes overlooked and undervalued. Thank you for making her feel special and confirming to her and others that you don't have to be the it girl to be noticed, to be celebrated. This is important, and I hope the commission continues to keep providing avenues for girls to shine. That came from one of the teachers at one of the schools where the girls were highlighted. So we've received a lot of comments regarding the Year of the Girl initiative, and I'm sure you all recognize the outstanding young woman on the screen, Miss Paloma Rambana from Maclay. Our Ignite the Power Within Women and Girls Empowerment Summit was phenomenal, to say the least. We hosted it in April of this year, and we had more than 261 attendees, vendors, commissioners, and panelists who participated in the event, with 15 dynamic women speakers who came out to share the day with the girls and the local women. We had students from 23 middle school, high schools, private and charter schools represented at the event. And we also had 3 local colleges and universities, along with students from as far as Jacksonville and Thomasville, Georgia. They benefited from the day. We had amazing results from that work, and some of which we included in our Status of Girls report. So as you know, we came to you and told you about this phenomenal report that we were working on that talks about what's going on in the lives of our local girls here. And we are proud to report that we have completed this work. We have some copies available that'll be shared with you at this point. It's our Status of Girls report. It's an amazingly beautiful report, and we bought some copies for you all. And there are copies available for the public. You just need to go to OASIS, and they will help you out with that. This report and the addendum, there is a part 2. With the submissions that we received, we had more than 73 plus pages of information. So we asked for the support of the community and community members to provide articles. They did. We had a lot of information that we had to put in a Part 2 addendum, which you'll find online. So the commission made the decision in 15-16 to make the Status of Girls report more of a magazine-style report. instead of the more traditional academic reports that the Commission has completed in past years. Our hopes was to make it more reader-friendly to ensure that both youth, particularly girls, and adults read the vital information included within. The format also allows us to use a magazine platform issue so that we could share the information with the public and they can download it or request additional copies. We highlighted our Year of the Girl awardees, engaged supporters of our work to help pay the cost of printing, graphic design, and layout, which exceeded OASIS' staff's capacity, and partnered with the Tallahassee Woman magazine to complete the work. The Commission solicited the articles from the community, which I've shared, and due to the overwhelming response, we had to create the addendum, which is online on issue.com. So we're proud of that. I think that you all will be proud of all of the work that we put in. Again, that's 2 years of interviewing, summits, meetings, and a host of other activities to get that information from the girls. And these are our commissioners. And I'd just like to take a moment. You all know that we are a volunteer group of very busy, influential, A-type women. But in all of this, because we are committed to women and girls, I wanted to make sure that you knew that we spent more than 1,600 hours over the last year committed to this work. I thought it was important to share that. We've also spent personally and through the support of people who love the work that we do, more than $3,500 in support from our partners and ourselves. And while we're all extremely dedicated to this work, I wanted to make sure that I recognized my chairs. We had a vision as a commission. My chairs took the challenge and ran with it, and we could not have been as successful as we were if it had not been for their hard work and dedication and focus on our mission. So looking ahead, there's going to be more of a public policy focus from the Commission over the next year, and we're going to work, as we have each year, on a closer collaboration with both the city and the county to ensure that we're meeting your expectations as well, so that we can give you the information that you need to make decisions about women and girls in our community. And I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce our new leadership team, Ms. Megan Daughtry and Andrea Jones, if you'd please stand up and be recognized. And I would be remiss if I did not just at least have you be acknowledged, Michelle Gomez. Michelle Gomez is the new executive director of the Oasis Center. Today is her first day. Michelle, stand up and be recognized. We are very excited about this partnership with Oasis and with our new leadership team. Thank you for your continued support of women and girls in Tallahassee and Leon County.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the County Commission? Commissioner Dozier? And then Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you. I just wanted to extend my congratulations, Paula. All of you on the Commission. Michelle, congratulations. You're a great choice for Oasis. Having been the Commission's appointee on the Strategic Planning Group, I have seen you all do a really deep dive in the last couple of years. I'm excited. The report looks great. Thank you for all you do for the community, and I'm really excited about the future of the Commission.
Thank you for your continued support.
Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you. I want to compliment this organization and Commissioner Dozier. And I know if Commissioner Dozier is a part, she often, if she was an ingredient in cooking, I would liken her probably to what's called the baking powder. And I think that the baking powder is the part that make it rise. And is that right? Isn't that right? Is that right? Yeah. I knew I was right there, Lord. You can't cook. He didn't say anything. He didn't know. He had no idea that baking powder actually makes the cake rise. Okay? I know you couldn't cook. You just say amen. Amen. So Dozier is going to be that person. And when you're working with an outstanding body of talented people like you bring together, this is exciting. That conference, the empowerment conference, is huge. And I need to say that as the father of a 20-year-old girl, my attention, to be honest with you, Commissioner, has probably not been focused on girls as much as it has been the last 2 decades. So empathizing with, trying to see through the eyeballs of fears and inhibitions and stuff that you see through a girl's eyes. I never really did that until the last couple of decades. And I know how, as I look at quickly peruse some of the data and the poverty and some of the other things, I just appreciate that this body is including girls who may lack role models, girls who may not have the inspiration and the talented, insightful hands to success and the roadmap to out of certain cycles that you provide, and to encourage the body to continue to be mindful of just how many little daughters that have no one like you guys, and encourage your work. And then finally, I think, commissioners, that the magnificent conference that we saw, I don't know if we fund what our commitments are, but this organization for this magnitude of work should not be doing the intellectual work, doing the mentoring work, and the hands-on guidance of girls, and then they also have to get the hat and go around begging. I think that we should put some money up to support that empowerment effort and find money to, and I'm willing to be one commissioner who's willing to support. And I think that you guys are really now finding the that altitude at which the commission, when we originally came up with this, it looks like you're finding that right altitude of what our expectations were. So I thank you. But commissioners, I do encourage, and I'm sure Commissioner Dozier will bring to us specific help that we might continue to foster the success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Proctor, thank you very much. Ms. Johnson, thank you very much. And as you know, under the consent agenda, we'll be ratifying the agreement with the Oasis Center and officially accepting your report. Thank you so much for being with us today. Commissioners, that brings us to the consent agenda. Have any items been pulled from the consent agenda, Mr. Administrator?
No items have been pulled from the consent.
Do I have a motion? Properly moved by Commissioner Deloge, seconded by Commissioner Dozier. Seeing no commissioners in queue to speak, all those in favor of the consent agenda signify by saying aye. All those opposed, passes 7-0. Mr. Administrator, we on citizens to be heard on non-agenda items.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 2 cards. The first is Scotty Barnhart and John Brown.
Mr. Barnhart, Mr. Brown, great to see you. Scotty, if you recall, we had the pleasure of having dinner together at the longest table about a year ago.
Oh, yes,
that was the first time that we had a chance to really sit down and break bread, and I really did enjoy that event with you.
Thank you.
I would be careful with the company that you're keeping publicly with Mr. Brown, but nonetheless, name and address for the record, please.
John Brown, Scotty Barnhart, 2623 Centennial Boulevard, Suite 204, 32308, Tallahassee, Florida.
Great.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, hello, everybody, staff, Administrator, County Attorney. We are here, obviously, to remind you and welcome everyone to the Florida Jazz and Blues Festival 2017 coming up this weekend at Cascades Park. Saturday and Sunday. Friday, TSO leads with Spooktacular, which if you've never seen Spooktacular, is just amazing in the park with all the kids. And we'll follow up on Saturday and Sunday with Jazz and Blues from on Saturday from 3 to 11 p.m. and on Sunday from 3 to 10 p.m. So we're here to thank you again for your support and continued support. We couldn't do it without your contribution and contributions and support of the TDC, your staff, and especially administration and also tourism, who has just been amazing. And part of my job in the festival planning is to coordinate, facilitate, and get out of the way of the talent. So with that, I'll get out of the way of the talent.
Well, thank you very much for all of your support, especially for last year.
we were able to do something that has never been done before in any jazz festival or any blues festival on the earth. Seriously, the unprecedented lineup of artists that we had is still being felt because we're getting emails now from everyone who wants to be a part of this festival. And that's just great for the city because that'll just add, to the airport, it'll add to the hotels, it'll add to the local businesses and all of that. But also, more money continues to come in from my good friend Sam Beeler and the Unity Music Foundation. Last year, we gave about $11,000 away directly to school, music school students here at FAMU, FSU, and TCC, and a couple of high school students. And this year, we have $3,000 to give away, and we've already given away half of that to 2 students at FSU, and the other half is going to go to students at FAMU this year. So the Jazz and Blues Festival for this region and this city in particular is extremely important. And, all the musicians that we've been talking to over the last year or so that have heard about it want to come to Tallahassee now. They want to come to perform here. And Mr. Beeler and his foundation, they want to continue to give money to deserving music students here in this city. So that's a real good thing. So thank you very much for all your support for last year and for this year. And we hope to see you guys this weekend. Thank you.
Scotty, thank you so much. Let me tell you something. What y'all have done to create the Jazz and Blues Festival in Tallahassee, Leon County in such a short amount of time of putting us literally on the international map is absolutely outstanding. It's a great festival. I encourage everybody to go if you have the opportunity to. We're going to have great weather. Great job. Really proud of the festival and glad that it's here in Tallahassee. Commissioner Proctor, comments?
Chairman, I want you to know that this festival is totally legitimate now because Scotty, before this meeting, confirmed that I will be making a guest appearance. I still have the trumpet from elementary school, so they're totally authentic, legitimate folks. Buy a ticket, come early. What day am I up?
Saturday at 6 o'clock.
There you have it. See? All right.
That's in the morning.
Well, somebody's got to warm it up, you know what I mean? All right, but they're on now. I'll be there.
Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you all so much. Thank you, John. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, final speaker card is Dr. Edward Holyfield.
Dr. Holyfield, good to see you, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
Ed Holyfield, Longleaf Court. I'm here to speak about a persistent problem in Leon County. In 2004, I wrote a letter to the Democrat. It was even published, stating that black infant mortality was 3 times the rate for white infant mortality. But guess what? Nothing's changed. And you people up here, you really haven't done anything. You haven't earmarked a quarter to deal with the issue of black infant mortality. And some subjects you don't even talk about, like maternal mortality. For every 100 women in Leon County who die in childbirth, 120 black women die. Now, those extra 20 dead black women, they're just as dead as if they had been murdered. They are just as dead as if they had been turned away from Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, which for decades would rather a black person die rather than be admitted. So all I see is dereliction in what you should be doing. And then we look at the health departments. We talk, you come up with these budgets for the health department, but they're never financed to the extent that they should be, whether they be bond, neighborhood, or whatever. They have never received the kind of finance that is needed relative to what the problems are. You never talk about, well, these are the problems. This is the amount of money we need to put aside to deal with the problems. You just come up with these figures as if you pull them out of a hat. And as a consequence, bond has always been underfunded. Neighborhood has always been underfunded. And now we have Big Ben Cares, which just for the asking, I'm going to finish. Y'all gave $1.5 million in terms of the CRA, $1.5 million, after Big Ben Cares told you, if you don't have health insurance, we don't want you. And you still gave them $1.5 million, and the $1.5 million came from the Frenchtown CRA. I mean, what kind of racist madness is that? You've never given Bonner $1.5 million. You've never given neighborhood $1.5 million. And the services are being cut back. Look at the Leon County Health Department. Vince, what do? You know what they do. They cut back on prenatal. They no longer provide prenatal care. They no longer provide primary health care. So what are people supposed to do? And then you have that abomination, Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. They have stopped seeing patients on Medicaid in their outpatient clinics. No internal medicine, limited family practice. If you don't have any money, forget it so far as TMS is concerned. If you don't have Medicaid, or if your only insurance is Medicaid, forget it. So you have desperation in terms of the health care provided, and it's just business as usual with your concern for the Red Hills horses, seemingly greater than all these people that are dying for lack of health care. So I'm here to say that you need to revisit what you're doing, especially in regard to the community health clinics. With Big Ben Cares, what you're going to do with the community health care clinics is drive them out of business. Bonner's going to be gone. Neighborhood's going to be gone. Why? Because Big Ben Cares said, we want the paying patients, send the people with no money to bond. Big Ben Cares says, we want the paying patients with Capital Health Plan, a Blue Cross Blue Shield, send the people with no money to bond. That's a guaranteed model for failure of both bond and neighborhood, and y'all just sit up here and approve it. And then the money for bond for the Big Ben Cares comes from the Frenchtown CRA. Now think of how obscene that is. You're using our own money to kill us. Now, I know you don't want to hear this.
Dr. Hollifield, I'm going to ask you to wrap up your comments, please, sir.
Y'all need to just stop sitting down on your behinds and do something about the decreasing access of health care for the people at the bottom. 47,000 people in Leon County with no health insurance, and y'all sit up and do absolutely nothing except give TMH more money, Big Ben Cares more money when they say we don't want these uninsured people. I'm just saying that's obscene. Now, a number of the people here to feel exactly the same way. And for those of you who believe in what I'm saying, I'd like you to stand up so they can see you. Thank you. In this era of just sitting up, business as usual, corrupt, doing nothing, needs to come to an end. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hollifield. Certainly do appreciate your comments. Do we have any other citizens to be heard on non-agenda items?
We do not.
We are now on the general business, item number 18. I'm going to call on the Deputy County Administrator, Alan Rosenzweig.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, agenda item number 18 is the annual performance review for the County Administrator in accordance with Board Policy number 11-16, County Administrator Evaluation and Annual Reporting Process.
Colleagues, as you know, on an annual basis, this comes before the County Commission. It's the annual evaluation of the Administrator and the County Attorney. Are there any comments, any questions? Commissioner Deloge, you are recognized.
I'll jump in. Call me crazy, but when I got elected 10, 11 years ago, the word I heard from everybody was, you all need to run government like a business. You really need to make an effort to get in there and run it like a business. And there are certainly plenty of places where business skills transfer over, but what you find is that's not always the case. But what I have found, and I have been very impressed, is that the two people we have in leadership here with Herb and Vince are some of the best in the country. And I have the opportunity to be all over the country, and so I say that with some level of authority. These guys, Herb is the past president of the International Municipal Lawyers Association. Vince has been past president of the Florida Association of County Managers. I mean, these guys lead in every aspect of the word. I think we're one of the better run counties. I'll brag for a second. We have one of the lowest employee per constituent ratios and budget per constituent ratios in the state, which we measure on a regular basis. So I have no hesitation stepping up and authorizing the raise that we have put in place. And I think, frankly, I thank them for their service, because some of this is public service. And to my earlier comment of running like a business, if either of these men were out in the private sector, I'm confident they would be making much more money for the same type of job. So I would be happy to make the motion to accept the recommendation that's been proposed. So.
Commissioner Deloge properly moves staff recommendation of option number 1. Option number 2, for the purpose of this, I'm going to say it's the chairman's recommendation of option number 1 and option number 2. It did not come from staff, it came from me, which is the chair's role on an annual basis. It was seconded by Commissioner Lindley. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, passes unanimously 7-0. Mr. Administrator, item number 19.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item provides an overview of the 2017-18 board retreat and seeks your acceptance of the proposed outline. As you know, we bring this item to you at this time each year to establish the agenda for the day. And as you can see this year, we've focused some of the discussion time on resiliency facilitated by a national leader in disaster resilience. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions. We have no speakers on this item.
Staff recommendation has been properly moved by the Vice Chairman, seconded by Commissioner Dozier. And seeing no commissioners in queue to speak, all those in favor of the item before us signify by saying aye. All those that oppose, passes unanimously 7-0. Okay. Just for the record, I made a mistake. I did not call for any public comment on the item of the administrator in the county attorney's review. For the record, there were no public speakers, and I do apologize to the public that I did not call for that when it did. We are now on item number 20. Mr. Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, as the item before you outlines, in recent months, the county and city commissions have contemplated the potential sunset of the downtown CRA during the respective annual retreats, budget workshops, and commission meetings. This agenda item summarizes those actions, in particular those taken at the July and September CRA meetings, and provides an analysis of phase-out options as requested by the CRA. Further, the analysis delineates which of the proposed phase-out options align with the board's previous action of sunsetting the downtown CRA in the interest of the long-term or consistent with the long-term financial plan approved by the Board of County Commissioners. And it also, as you can tell, and we're happy to answer any questions in this, but it also provides, several of the options provide for supporting the 3 existing downtown CRA projects. And with that, we've got Ken Morris on deck and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Commissioner Proctor, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, I recommend that we adopt that option, which would sunset, phase out, close down the downtown CRA. And I'm not sure, Mr. Administrator, what differences are in option 1 and 2, which will achieve that result. It looks like option 2 makes us subject to the city approving our withdrawal. And I can't see why, if we want to withdraw from the downtown CRA, why we need the city's permission to withdraw. So that option, which allows us to sunset this thing without seeking anybody's permission, that's the option recommendation my motion is trying to adopt.
So let me make sure I understand this. Your motion is for option number 2?
I'm trying to find out from the administrator which of these two which go in the same direction, but I want the one with the cleanest act of severance.
I understand your question, Commissioner. Option 1 is to accept the status report and sunset the downtown CRA and to formally direct the county administrator to notify the city. However, I should note, as we pointed out in this analysis, that as we've brought to you in the past, that this does require the city commission's approval as articulated in the interlocal agreements that we have with the city. And I would defer other questions along those lines to the county attorney's office. But again, we've presented that to you in the past. But in terms of the sunsetting of the downtown CRA, that would be option 1.
Okay, so the motion's been made by Commissioner Proctor for option number 1. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second for discussion.
There's a second for discussion by Commissioner Deloge. Further comments, Commissioner Proctor?
Nope.
Okay, we have Commissioner Dozier in queue to speak.
Point of clarification, Mr. County Administrator.
Go ahead.
Option 1 was accepting the status report and formally notifying the city of the policy options. Do we need option 2, which is direct to formally sunset?
That would, the distinction there.
What is the distinction there, please?
Yes, would be that one would contemplate that the dissolution of the downtown CRA, which would require the city to do so as well. The other would suggest, and it's better articulated in the analysis, would suggest that if the city stays in, just to direct it, to authorize an amendment to the existing interlocal agreement to provide that the county's contribution sunsets.
Critical word there, participation.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. County Administrator. That helps, Mr. Chair. I made the motion, as you saw in the item, and I am thrilled the full board, city and county commissioners, supported bringing this item back to the county commission, the city commission, in between our CRA meetings. I think it's critical to hear from the others of you who do not sit on the CRA, because we will have this discussion again at the CRA meeting. So I'm very interested in hearing your thoughts on this. Ultimately, I believe it's a city and county decision. For me, at the last 2 CRA meetings where we discussed this, there wasn't enough information about the various budget impacts, how this would happen, and I really appreciate the staff working through this and laying out not just what the budget implications are, but the history. That this is something that city and county both started talking about. Our county administrator and the city manager started talking about this early in the year before we saw the session heat up with some other discussions about the CRA. I think that's a really critical point. This is more about whether or not the CRA, and I think the point is made clear in the item, whether or not incentives are needed within the downtown area. And Commissioner Lindley, you brought up a great point at the last CRA meeting about blight and the definition of blight. And yes, blight looks very different if we're looking at Frenchtown Southside CRA versus blight as it's defined by the state in the downtown area. So thinking about this a lot, I have one specific question about, or I guess comment here, that there were other projects that were allowed to go into negotiation with the CRA, but until we make agreements on those, we have no formal request. And I believe at the last meeting, they were allowed to negotiate, but if they don't get applications in by the time we make a decision, any decision, this is kind of where we are. So I hope that staff at the CRA, I wish they were here today, would clarify that in the future. But I think for me, after a lot of thought, the incentives we may need in the downtown area are more like the enterprise zone incentives that were phased out by the state years ago. And Ben Pingree and our folks from OEV have talked about looking at those types of economic development programs to be recreated through OEV. I would support the motion on the floor, or that's been presented by Commissioner Deloge and Commissioner Proctor, but also add in there, or I can make a separate motion that we look to OEV to discuss what type of incentives may be good for businesses in the downtown area. I don't think we need to necessarily leave a vacuum, but I have come to agree that the downtown CRA as it exists isn't necessary. We can probably accommodate those types of incentives maybe in a different territory and certainly in a different way and hopefully for less cost. And it would also, and critically, allow us to focus on Frenchtown Southside, which I think has the highest need, and that's really where if we could focus all of our attention to the CRA on that, I think it would free up time and energy and to get some much needed work and infrastructure and business support in those areas. So those are my thoughts, but I really would love to hear from those of you who don't sit on the CRA, since we will be going back with our city colleagues to discuss this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. First of all, point of clarification from the administrator.
Thank you so much. I misspoke, Commissioners. I'm sorry about that. I was reading ahead in your analysis with all the options. The options that we're recommending, which are consistent with Commissioner Proctor's motion, are options 1 through 4. Again, option 1 being, and these give us, and the reason they're a little complicated is because they give us future direction depending on what the city does at other meetings. So they're options 1 through 4, which, just to be clear, basically include accepting the report and notifying the city of what the board does tonight. 2 being, and this is our staff recommendation, to sunset the downtown CRA. 3 being not to consider any expansions of the south side CRA until we have this issue of the downtown resolved, and 4 being to bring back a revised fiscal plan should there be no agreement on the phase out of the downtown. So I just want to be clear about that.
Okay. Also, Mr. Administrator, did you say that we do not have any public comment on this particular item?
Not on this item.
Excellent. Okay. Now, point of information, the Vice Chair.
Okay, he cleared it up because I was wondering. I'm sorry. I think the county administrator cleared it up because I was wondering. I think the statement was made that we were talking about completely dissolving the downtown CRA, and I know that can't be done without. We could pull out. We could tell the city we would like to pull out, but the city would also like to have to make a decision on their own that they want to pull out too. But with the clarification that what we're sending the message that the county would like to pull our participation, and the city's free to do whatever they want to. There's the clarification I'm getting from the county administrator, correct? Correct. Okay, then I understand this is. Thank you.
Commissioner Deloge, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, all right, so let me see. So we will, the way the motion reads, and I'll offer an amendment to the motion as it was provided, so it's 1 through 4. This will signal that we're going to sunset the downtown CRA. The amendment offers up the 3 projects that are in the pipe, that we finish those out within the realms of the current financial status. And then clearly the city has to play a role in this. And so, but our signal to them is we would like to sunset the downtown CRA, not Frenchtown Southside, just the downtown CRA. I just want to make sure I'm clear in the way this plays out.
You're clear, Commissioner.
Okay, so I'm fine with that. I think we owe it to the people that have been working on the 3 projects, not only staff, but to the outside parties that we have in some cases, multiple years, a lot of time and energy to let them run the course. I think my understanding is the CRA has been very supportive of those so far to the degree that they've had knowledge of them. So to the degree that we can let them run through, hopefully they come to fruition and we can at the same time sunset the downtown CRA. But as was pointed out before, I think this downtown CRA has run its course, and this is how we wind it down, and I think it's the right thing to do. So thanks.
Commissioner Proctor, would you like to amend your or remake your original motion based on staff clarification for options 1 through 4? Or are you comfortable still with option number 1?
Point of clarification on option number 3. And Commissioner Maddox, I really do not want to exclude our capacity, and you're our chairman at the CRA, and we have energy moving forward for a new CRA over South City. But option 3 precludes our creating a new CRA until 2020. And that is not what I want to do. What I have done, Mr. Chairman, I have reworked this motion with elements of 1, 2, and 3 that I've actually crafted here, taking this language, which I think is a stronger and it does everything. But Nick, I want to make sure that you understand that for the members of us who are on the CRA, that we're not trying to preclude. However, Commissioner Deloge, we don't want to be held hostage to separate CRA either. So, Mr. Chairman, if you'd allow our chairman of the CRA to respond to my question, I would appreciate it.
Commissioner Proctor. Yes, we can do that, of course. Mr. Maddox, Chairman.
Commissioner Proctor, I do think we do have some momentum going on there. I think, as I'm understanding the actual item number 3 there, it really looks at us more so making sure that we handle whatever direction we're moving on the downtown CRA prior to us engaging in continued conversation about the new CRA that we're contemplating. I too, with you, would love to see us continue the momentum that we have, but I do think that we need to deal with one while we're also trying to create the other. And I'm open to the idea of maybe us. I am open to the idea of maybe us considering if we're able to dispense of how we're going to deal with downtown, at the same time talking about how we're going to move forward with the new CRA that we're contemplating. But I do think we have to talk about downtown first.
Okay, well, I just think that we should keep some gunpowder dry, and it shouldn't take the sacrifice. Not baking powder. No, I appreciate that. No. Absolutely. We should absolutely keep our options open, and I don't see why we would abort creation of a South City and giving birth to a South City CRA, and we got to give all that up just to kill downtown. I don't want to abort perform an abortion on the south side of South City just to get rid of downtown. I don't want to hold that hostage. And that's why I think that option 3 is requiring us to abort what we had energy to go forward to do. And then I don't want to be held hostage to say that, well, unless you keep downtown, and the only way you can have the South City CRA is that you got to keep downtown. So that's the ask. That's what I'm trying to distinguish here. Because, Mr. Chairman, I have some other language here that simply goes into, 1, accept the status report on the sunsetting of downtown community redevelopment area and direct the county administrator to formally notify the city and direct the county administrator to bring back an amendment to the downtown CRA interlocal agreement by February 2018 to sunset the county's participation by FY 2020 and subject to other financial and other budgetary matters fundamental to making the transition of this option.
I've got Commissioner Lindley and Commissioner Dozier patiently waiting in queue to speak, but I want to go back to the county administrator for clarification.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, I totally understand where Commissioner Proctor is coming from on this. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things as may be helpful to your continued deliberations on this. Related to the issue of the timing on the downtown CRA sunset versus any action on the south side. Just to back up on this, the reason we've got it postured like that, and Commissioner Proctor mentioned not being able to take action until 2020 on the south side, that's not what this does. This says until there's an agreement reached that we would be out of the CRA. And the reason that we have it, the downtown CRA, the reason that we have it like that is because the downtown CRA, and again, Herb can back me up on this, requires the City Commission approval of our discontinuing our participation in it. The South Side CRA is an issue where we have the authority to accept or reject any expansion of any boundaries or creation of new districts. And so that's why we said that. Again, until we are able to satisfy the board's direction here relative to downtown, we just put that on hold until we reach an agreement, and then after that time, we could address the south side CRA. So that was the only clarification I wanted to provide. Thank you.
So here's what I'd like to do. We're going to go to Commissioner Lindley, then Commissioner Dozier, then Commissioner Proctor. I'm going back to you to clean up your motion, and we'll go from there, okay? Commissioner Lindley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually think option 3 is keeping our powder dry. I think that is what we have, we want to work on later, and I believe as soon as we get some sort of an agreement on exiting from the downtown CRA, we will then be able to move into a discussion of a more robust discussion and a more fair discussion in terms of the county commission's role on establishing either a new or an expanded Southside Frenchtown CRA. So for me, it's about the boundaries and the timing, and I think option 3 is critically important. In fact, I would like to make a substitute motion, if I could, and I'm not sure how this jives with yours, of all options, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't want to leave out the part of withdrawing from the downtown CRA, what it has to do with our own county budget issues.
There is a substitute motion for options 1 through 4 made by Commissioner Lindley, seconded by Commissioner Dozier. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
That's all right. And I would just like to say I really appreciate Commissioner Dozier's comments on getting, kind of moving over to the Office of Economic Vitality, some of these responsibilities for increasing our opportunities in the South Side and Frenchtown area. To me, that's, we didn't have the OEV up until a couple of years ago when we voted on that. And to me, that's a far more expansive opportunity to do some really good work in the South Side Frenchtown area that I know Dr. Hollifield's been championing for a long, long time, and I would think a lot of people who are here today would support this more holistic approach. So I'm completely ready to state, for my part, I've been on the CRA for 5 years, that it's time to let the downtown CRA fly out of the nest on its own. I think it's doing really well without us going beyond the proposals that we already have in the pipeline.
Thank you. Commissioner Dozier, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Lindley, thank you. I was also going to make a substitute motion. Respecting your comments, Commissioner Proctor, we've had a lot of discussion about possible expansion or developing a new CRA. There is a lot of needs, as we said before, and you said within the Southside and Frenchtown CRA that has been waiting for a long time. Our staff continuously says they don't have enough time to focus on certain things, so, well, that it takes them a long time to address certain issues. We have these two CRAs. I think clearing out this question is critical before moving forward. I would also add to that at the last CRA meeting, we made a lot of steps that I think a lot of us felt were long overdue from bylaws, and we even established a retreat early next year, and that was jumping off of your comments, Commissioner Lindley, on the blight question. We need to be clear about the goals, but also the success. We talked about this at our legislative workshop a little while ago. We have had a lot of success. If you look in the item on all of the different buildings that are going up in downtown without making a request, or without a request coming into the board, I should say, it is working downtown. So, Mr. County Administrator, I would take some direction here, but I would love to offer amendment to the motion to direct Blueprint and OEV staff to review the EZDA incentives, the enterprise zone incentives, and what we may be able to do here perhaps next spring, and bring us back an item on that. Thank you. And the last thing I'll say, Mr. Chair, is that I am really hopeful that all of this consternation, this discussion about the downtown CRA helps us move more strategically forward with the CRA. And I don't think I'm alone in this, have had a lot of concerns about how little information. Should I pause? Maybe? I'll keep going. how little information we may get on projects in the pipeline versus our city colleagues, because the CRA staff reports to the city manager, and which is unlike all other joint boards where folks report to both city and county. I'm not suggesting that that necessarily is going to change, but I think there needs to be some parity on information just for efficiency, just for keeping the ball, for everything moving forward, so that we know what we're talking about when we're going in there. This is just the start of a lot of work we can do. So yeah, I think clearing out this issue before we look at anything else like expansion. But as the county minister said, we don't have to wait until 2020 to do that. So we got to clean up this part of it before we move forward. Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner Proctor, are you comfortable with options 1 through 4 as amended and proposed?
Well, Chairman Maddox, you think that my comments, you feel comfortable that with what I'm not wanting to preclude is captured in options 1 through 4?
Placing it bluntly, Commissioner Proctor, I believe that what you're trying to avoid is addressed. But I have to say that if in any event the city decides not to allow for the CRA, for the downtown CRA for the county participation of downtown CRA to not, for us not to participate, then in that case, I think we'll be back having a conversation about what we do about the expansion of the Frenchtown South Side or the creation of a new CRA.
So what that mean?
So I like 1 through 4 with the caveat that given the fact that if the city decides not to allow us to have our CRA, our downtown CRA money back in our coffers, that we would come back and have a conversation about what to do on the expansion of the downtown and Frenchtown CRA. I don't like blindly going into it saying we're going to support it no matter what, even though right now I do see the calls for us to move forward with expansion. I think the city has to work with us as much as we're willing to work with them. I don't think that we give them everything that they want and they give us nothing. I think we give some, they give some.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure, Chairman, that whether you were playing touch football, flag football, or bus meet tackle football. So he's willing to play hardball, and I just needed to know what it meant to your interpretation. I think that Commissioner Lindley captured one of the finer points, and that is with this motion, Mr. Administrator, I think that she mentioned the pipeline, and I, for one, have long suggested that the Osley property out back was one of the exquisite jewels in our downtown area. And for the project which has been whispered or trapped in the pipeline, if we can shake the pipeline loose and get that project out, that really might be an exciting project for this side of Monroe Street, and it would give this side of Monroe Street a lot more balance and energy, and it's just something, Commissioner Dozier, that your district would just, I mean, you'd be shining, girl. I mean, just out there. Yeah. Go ahead, you already out there now. That would just be over the top, the cherry. So that pipeline is an idea which I think, we want to not preclude those who are in the pipeline to make sure that they come out of that pipe in line. So I'm acceptive, I'm comfortable, I hear my colleagues, and I hope that we're one team. Thank you.
I have the Vice Chairman for a quick comment before Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation that we had here, especially as the Chairman of the CRA and Commissioner Dozier. I think your idea of us having these conversations separately was ingenious, because now we can go back to the table knowing that we're representing what our prospective commissions would like for us to do on this issue. I would say, though, there are a couple things that have bothered me, and we different people on this commission have spoken about. One of which I think was just brought to my attention just yesterday. If we decide, no, not even if we decide, as we continue to contemplate Frenchtown South Side, as well as the expansion of that CRA or creation of a new one, some of the operations that go on within the CRA have to be addressed. Specifically, I think we've come a long way. Our meetings are on TV now. There are different things that we've done throughout this year to carry the ball forward. But I think we still have a problem with getting the minutes on time. I got a comment from a constituent that told me that they had reached out for the meetings for the last 2 minutes, the minutes for the last 2 meetings, and this was just this week and could not get them. Things like that is just unacceptable. We got city commission and the county commission who come back every month with meeting, or actually every 2 weeks with minutes from the meetings before. As I understand it, we only have our CRA meetings now, every 2 months. It's unacceptable not to have those meeting minutes ready. And I, for one, as a county commissioner, I just would like to see us operate in a better area when it comes to just the operations and accountability and things of that nature. If we can't do that, there's no way we can rebuild the public trust that we have to rebuild with the CRA in order to do the job we have to do. I had to make that comment because I wanted to also to operate at a level that is acceptable, not only just at the CRA level, but at the city and county level. There's no way we would accept some of the things from our staff, or the city would accept the things from their staff that we've had to endure with that CRA. And so, Mr. Chair, I wanted to make sure I made that comment, give my colleagues that don't sit with us confidence that we are pushing to get to be as efficient as we can possibly be and get the kind of projects out that we need in order to help grow our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know this has been a long conversation, but this has also been a long time coming, I think, and I also appreciate hearing the comments from everyone. I wanted to ask the county administrator and county attorney one specific question, but just I have to pick up on Commissioner Maddox's comments there. I think simply getting a motion last month through unanimous support for the bylaws, this is what gives us some of the ability to put some of these rules in place, which it really should have been done years ago. From minutes to quorum to other issues like that, we keep running into these issues. I like the direction we're going right now, but I think that we have made a lot of strides and we got to keep pushing this. And so this question kind of these issues dovetail with the next, although it's specific to what happens next. I don't think many of us, maybe only one of us, was sitting here when the CRAs were created, but there was a disagreement between city and county at that time. And when this goes to the city, should they choose a different direction, would this come in to a conversation between you and the city manager, Mr. County Administrator, for negotiation at that point? What happens next if they have a counteroffer, or if they simply say thanks but no thanks? What is our recourse there?
And I'll defer to Herb a little, but let me first address the first part of your question in terms of what happens next. Immediately upon the board's direction tonight, I'll bring this to the city manager and we'll discuss the options. The options here contemplate that the city may too wish to extinguish the downtown CRA. Your direction on 2 or 4 allows us the flexibility to either extinguish the CRA or to extinguish the county's participation in the CRA. Should the city agree with us, there'll be an interlocal agreement amendment, which would require approval by the 2 bodies. If the city does not agree, actually, I'll let Herb handle that one in terms of what recourse or options might look like.
Mr. Attorney.
Well, you might guess, but my position is that they can't not agree. I mean, those 2 options in 1 and 2 provide 2 courses of action, one of which has to take place. And I think that we want option 1 to take place, but if not, we have a fallback position, which is that we'll just excuse ourselves from the CRA, and we'll do that however we need to do, even if it doesn't involve an interlocal agreement. We're just going to withdraw.
And that would include withdrawing funding.
Yes.
That was an issue in the past of receiving funding but not having county participation on the board, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so it would be county withdrawal and county funding withdrawal.
But I can tell you that just my feeling from staff is that they're along the same course, that they believe that the downtown CRA has run its course. And I'd be surprised. I'm never really shocked at anything that the city does, but I'd be surprised that they didn't go along with that. So, but we're not without options.
All right. Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to give Commissioner Jackson the opportunity to chime in here. Commissioner.
Thank you. I want to go on record, Commissioner Maddox, saying as a non-CRA commissioner that I do appreciate the work of the commissioners that sit on the CRA. And I do support 1 through 4 and with the amendment as mentioned. Bless your work and bless what you do there. So I appreciate it.
Going back to order, Commissioner Proctor, then Commissioner Deloge.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Dozier asked, where do we go from here? And Dr. Martin Luther King's last book raised that question, where do we go from here, chaos, our community? And for total transparency, I did announce today about the CRA at the Northeastern Business Association meeting, which I was privileged to be there speaking, Roxanne Manning as the director. And I think that a new direction is needed, new leadership is needed at the executive level, and I've just asked my aide to make sure that before we're out of the session for break, that you receive a copy of the letter detailing, chronicling the reasons of which I believe we need new leadership. So I won't go into all of that here on dais, but I assure you that you will receive a copy of the 5-page request documentation, which are the strengths of my asking that she be relieved, and we need to go in a new direction. And my product to you, at least will, as a singular member of the CRA, will capture my thoughts and why I believe city manager should fire her. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Deloge, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'll wind up. I think clearly legislative leadership has got their eyes on what's going on with CRAs around the state, and certainly, like most businesses, these things have a life cycle and a lifetime. And I think, in all fairness, this is the prudent thing to do, wind this thing down. I think we can wave the victory flag and say, look at the downtown, look at the projects, and if we bring the last 3 projects to fruition, frankly, that has a major impact on the downtown. But I think, I understand some of their concern that left unchecked, the CRA ends up picking winners and losers, and it's really not what it's designed to do. But I think if you time it and you spend the money appropriately and you wind it down when it's run its course, which is really what we're hoping to do here, I think it meets all the guidelines of what you'd hope to do. So I'm fine with what we're proposing here, and I'm ready to move forward.
We've got a substitute motion on the table by Commissioner Lindley for options 1 through 4 as amended, seconded by Commissioner Dozier. No other commissioners in queue to speak. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, passes unanimously 7-0. Mr. Administrator, item number 21.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item seeks board's approval to utilize approximately $2.75 million in tourism development taxes toward the construction and purchase of the operational support and event space for the Capital City Amphitheater associated with the redevelopment of the Firestone and Bloxham Annex by North American Properties. As you all know, this item has been in the works for quite some time. We're recommending options 1, 2, and 3. And while Kerry Post was not available to be here tonight, Ken Morris remains on deck. So happy to answer any questions you might have. We have no speakers on this item.
Seeing no speakers, Commissioner Maddox, you're recognized. Staff recommendation for option number 1, 2, and 3 has been properly moved by the Vice Chair, seconded by the Chair. Commissioner Maddox, Commissioner Dozier, do you want to speak? Excellent. Motion on the tables for option number 1, 2, 3. Properly moved by the Vice Chairman, seconded by me, the Chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, passes unanimously 7-0. Mr. Administrator, item number 22.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item seeks the acceptance of the Cultural Facilities Matching Grant Program as recommended by COCA, the Tourism Development Council, and to approve COCA's request to modify their agreement with the county to expand the allowable uses for the quarter-cent tourism development tax to include COCA's Cultural Grant and Cultural Tourism Marketing Grant programs. I have no speaker cards, but I should note that I see that Dr. Audra Pittman, the ED of COCA, is with us tonight. I'm sure she'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Staff, of course, can also provide any additional information you might need. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Pittman, good to see you. Commissioner Maddox, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to thank Dr. Pittman as well as my chair, Chair Ingram, for coming to the meeting today to talk about this issue. This is something that the COCA board has spoken about on a few of our meetings, and I'm glad that that our executive director was able to go through the right channels, get this in front of the county administrator, and the county has concluded that this is a great idea. And so let me tell you that the COCA board is in full support of what we're contemplating doing here. It does expand the utilization of that money and puts it out there on the streets to be used. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I would make the motion for staff. I will happily make the motion for staff recommendation and thank COCA and the rest of the board for their good work on this issue.
Staff the Vice Chairman properly moves staff recommendation of option number 1 and option number 2, seconded by Commissioner Lindley. Commissioner Dozier, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur and I appreciate it. It was a good effort, but obviously there are restraints on the TDT funding, and I think you've had a positive impact, but I like the direction here. I would just take the opportunity, and thank you for your service on the board, Commissioner Maddox, Mr. Vice Chair. I would love to see another update. It may be on COCA's agenda, just cultural plan, what your programs are, if that is at the end of the year or sometime soon. I don't know if we're on a regular schedule with that, but I think it would be great to see another update on where we are with the grants overall, and particularly the question in my mind about the breakdown in the grants between those who qualify for TDD funds versus others, and how you're allocating the operating costs, just making sure that we're in the right position to help all different types of arts organizations, even if they may not qualify. So we'd just like to look at that issue whenever staff and our executive director, are ready to have that discussion.
Thank you. Commissioner Proctor, you're recognized.
Commissioner Dozier hit it on the head. To make sure that board actually gets a chance to see whatever and whoever has made application, regardless of whether they qualify, is very important. And we have not had that advantage as members of the CRA board, that the board actually gets a chance to see who has made application and has sought to be approved, and the board does not know. So I appreciate you gauging exactly what needs to occur here as a process. And Dr. Pittman, I'm amplifying Commissioner Dozier's ask that you can't singularly determine who you like and don't like and who qualifies and don't, but let the board determine. And I think that puts everything in the sunshine and makes for a fair process. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Maddox, the Vice Chairman Maddox has properly moved staff recommendation of option number 1 and option number 2, seconded by Commissioner Lindley. Seeing no other commissioners in queue to speak, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye. All those opposed, passes unanimously 7-0. Mr. Administrator, item number 23.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 23 seeks a full board appointment to the Tourism Development Council. Listed in the item are the eligible, in fact, we just have one, so is the eligible candidate for appointment that we have received thus far in the process. With that, happy to answer any questions you might have.
Commissioner Lindley, you're recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate what you just said, Mr. County Administrator. This is a really important board, and that we only had one person apply for it. I would just make a motion that we postpone this appointment and see if there might be some other people interested in filling this position. It is a position which is meant to represent the lodging or hotel industry. So I would just like to postpone that.
I'll second that motion.
Motion to postpone has been made by Commissioner Lindley, seconded by Commissioner Dozier. Commissioner Deloge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been on the TDC for a number of years, and I've gotten the opportunity to get to know John Kelly pretty well. He's the guy who runs the DoubleTree here downtown, and it's critical for us to have the hoteliers on the board. And frankly, of all the hoteliers in this community, he probably has the best relationship with our TDC because he's at the downtown hotel. So this will roll to a second term, if I understand correctly, Lance. So I would say in his case, he's the kind of, I mean, I've never seen him miss a meeting. He's active at the meetings. And from a hotelier standpoint, he's the dream candidate. And so I would say, I would offer up a substitute motion that we put his nomination in for that seat on the TDC. But you're right, we need to pay close attention. And one of the things, frankly, that I don't think people quite understand is most communities with the TDC they have members from the cities because there's multiple cities. We've got kind of a little loophole in the law because we only have one city, so we have 2 city commissioners. Isn't that right, Herb? It's a nuance that gets lost, but we need to pay attention to this. I mean, I think Carrie's doing a nice job with the board, but I think in this case, and I can tell you from personal experience, I've got friends I see at the football games that have been coming to Doubletree in all its iterations for 25 years just because of John. I mean, and he has gone out of his way over the years to make sure people understand what it's like to come to Tallahassee and all the things. I mean, he's the consummate salesman for us. So I'd offer up substitute motion because I think he would be a great candidate. Not to say that we don't need to pay closer attention with some of our other.
The original motion on the table is to postpone the appointment until more applications are in. There's a proposed substitute motion on the table to move forward with one application. Is there a second to the motion on the table? Motion dies for lack of a second. So we have Commissioner Dozier, then Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Dozier, we're back on the original motion to postpone the appointment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was going to be, how is this advertised? When we get the list from Mary of the different appointments that are out there, we'll put it on Facebook and the newsletter, things like that. And I think the county, staff does the same thing. But how is TDC advertising this? Commissioner Deloge, I think you make a great case for John, and that I could support his nomination. I think it is in our interest to make sure that any board seat is advertised well. I'm not sure if there were multiple applications, I wouldn't come right back and support John's application on your endorsement there. So, not having known him myself personally that well. So, I do think it's in our interest to make sure we have multiple applications, and that's why I seconded the original motion. Mr. Chair, I could go either way on this, but I think if we do one more round, 2 more weeks, or 3 more weeks, and bring it back at our next meeting, that may be appropriate.
Commissioner Deloge.
And I think, if I understand correctly, some of the applicants have to be hoteliers. Is this one of? So this is one of those. So we would have to reach out. So I would maybe say, to your point, and if we want to defer, I'm fine with that. But maybe we reach out to Carrie, who would probably have the best lay of the land, and say, do you have somebody out there in the wings that might have an interest? And then we can take it from there.
Commissioner Proctor, you're recognized.
Thank you. At first, Commissioners, I did not have my glasses on, and I thought that it said owner of Jack's, and I got a little excited. But it says the owner of a hotel, with my glasses on, owner of a hotel subject to tax. And that's a big difference, Commissioner. But we're in a climate right now where our processes are being questioned, examined, reviewed, even by our federal government. And I just think that an abundance of professionalism that Commissioner Lindley gives us, sage advice that we should at least seek to make sure that we have more than, that it's not looking like so insider. And what we have, what this shows for us again, I mean, and how many times is it proven to us the quality of citizens that we have in our community. And Mr. Kelly, at least we have his name as a placeholder, and we know we have excellent. And I don't know what the next category that exceeds excellence, but if it's out there, then maybe, just maybe, we'll have that person bidding to be on this board. So, with all respect to your comments, Commissioner, and I know Mr. Kelly, he's excellent, but with all abundance of caution to how we process things, we owe the process that caution in expanding, I think, at this time. So that's the only reason why. All right.
Motion on the table made by Commissioner Lindley is to postpone the appointment, seconded by Commissioner Dozier. Seeing no other commissioners in queue to speak, All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, passes unanimously 7-0. Mr. Administrator, do we have any other items on general business?
We do not.
Commissioners, we do not have a scheduled public hearing tonight at 6 o'clock, but I'm still going to call on citizens to be heard on non-agenda items. Do we have any citizens that wish to speak?
We do. We have one speaker card, Mr. Curtis Baines.
Mr. Baines, good to see you, sir. Name and address for the record. You know the drill. 3 minutes, but you're the only one, so I'll give you a little latitude. Please don't abuse it.
Well, in fairness, Mr. Chairman, it's been a couple of years since I've been here. Those should have built up by this time, I would think, to more than 3 minutes.
I'll give you 3 minutes and 20 seconds. How about that? No. Curtis, it's good to see you. Welcome back.
Curtis Baines, 1323 East Tennessee Street. Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for your time this evening. I wanted to share some thoughts with you about the comprehensive wastewater facilities plan that you're about, upon which you're about to embark. As a member of the septic tank remediation committee earlier this week, or earlier last week, we had an opportunity to provide some detailed comments to the county staff. So what I wanted to do this evening is try to think a little bit more comprehensively and get us thinking more comprehensively than this particular plan. And one of the things that I think we need to start with is, what the end is. What do we have in mind for our environmental? You are responsible for environmental standards in Leon County. That was the result of a referendum a few years ago. So you're going to have a tremendous responsibility in that regard. And one of the things as you put this project out for bid is you're going to need to probably provide some guidance as to what you would like to accomplish when this plan is implemented over the next 10 or 20 years or 15 years, however long the plan is going to be, which is another issue you may want to keep in mind when you're thinking about it, is what kind of time frame you're dealing with. We've done a lot of studies over the past decade. Lava, Lombardo, everybody seems to have an opinion about it, and I may have had an opinion or two myself. But the time has come that we really need to start thinking in terms of action. And this plan, I hope that you're preparing, will help us to do that. It needs to provide some environmental objectives that can be achieved, blending our land use plans and our environmental standards, which you have so graciously accepted to the responsibility to develop. And a lot of those are technical issues dealing with planners and engineers who can deal with that. But from your perspective, the question is, what are we going to do? How are we going to pay for it? Now, that's not going to be part of this study, but it is going to be an issue that we're going to have to deal with at some point. And, with 30,000 septic tanks in Leon County, and I'm not talking about southern Leon County, I'm talking about Leon County. It's going to be a tremendous undertaking with confined soils in the northern part and unconfined in the southern part, and central and urban service areas in some places and rural areas in some places. It's going to be a highly complex activity. And I beg your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, just a couple of minutes. And one of the things, and I brought it up, I believe, at the June 13th meeting, that is one way that may be in our future is creating an independent special district that can deal with these issues down the road, because it's going to be, you wouldn't be thinking out of the box. It's been done before throughout the state. Special districts, special limited purpose governments, have provided tens of billions of dollars of infrastructure throughout the state. So it's nothing radical that we would need to undertake, but it is something that we would need to consider, and it would be probably a little bit beyond what the county commissioner or the city commissioner do, because it would be independent and it would require a lot more work. But thank you very much. I wanted to get you to start thinking more comprehensively. Thank you.
Mr. Baines, thank you very much. Will you please make sure that a copy of your document, and we appreciate you submitting this, is also filed with Rebecca Voss, the deputy clerk, so it's officially part of the record. I've got Commissioner Dozier in line to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate your comments, Mr. Baines, and your service on the BMAP committee. This is not an easy process to move through. I've gotten some calls, comments about a recent meeting of the committee. Mr. County Administrator, you and I spoke about that during briefing. I believe, just to put this on the record for today, because after our briefing, I believe I heard that others may have gotten calls as well from one member of the committee told me that. We will be bringing back an item to review the RFP, to look at the scope and objective and those types of things before moving forward with the study. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes, I would just add to that based on concerns that we heard from the BMAP committee relative to even the procurement process that we were going through, we were going to go to a continuing services contract. They suggested that perhaps putting it out on a formal RFP might bring us additional expertise. We don't object to that, and that's a relatively easy pivot. What I intend to do is to bring an item back to you, which not only includes the authorization for the RFP, but will also include those recommendations we received from the committee, those we included in the RFP, and if there are any that we don't, why we did not incorporate those, and to, of course, receive any additional direction that the board might have. Yes.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you and our staff responding to those comments and questions. I certainly haven't heard all of them, but I really look forward to that discussion. This is a big issue, and I appreciate all the suggestions that are coming. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We are now on comments and discussion items from the county attorney.
Mr. Chairman, I have nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Administrator.
Just one item, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. You may have seen tonight the images scrolling up on the screens, many of which were from our Leon Works event, Commissioners, which I know many of you attended as well. I just wanted to publicly acknowledge the work of our staff on that. We had a record 400 students come out. We had over 100 vendors this year. Of course, we had to move it to the Civic Center, but I wanted to acknowledge the good work. Although they made it look easy, I can assure you that it was not, of Heather Peoples and Brittany Smith. They both did an outstanding job, and I just wanted to recognize that effort. And that's all I have, Commissioners. Thank you.
Excellent. Commissioner Deloge, you're recognized.
Nothing, Mr. Chair. Happy Halloween.
Thank you. Commissioner Proctor, you're recognized.
I'm not wearing a mask this year.
Come on, man. You sure?
Not the Halloween, no. Commissioners, I wanted to indicate really briefly that last week I forwarded to the mayor of our great city a letter. And in that letter, I made 5 recommendations, which I copied each of the commissioners here on. And I also sent a letter to our chairman and to our mayor this weekend, trying to suggest a way forward and a way in which we could coalesce the resources of county and city government to address a problem which is largely in District 1 of our county commission districts. And I am hopeful that in reading about, I was not there, but merely reading about, and I'm hopeful that the chair will share and disclose with us that we wouldn't have to filter his thoughts through a snippet on television or through the press. His thoughts about the mayor's ask. We have a chronic problem, and when the governor of the state declared an emergency over somebody giving a speech in Gainesville, I was trying to help remove the blinders, stretch the blinders of the governor to look outside his office in his house and note what I think is an emergency. And so I asked the governor to declare a state of emergency so that resources from the state could be laid bare, and that the ACA, Health Department, State Health, State Education, State resources might be brought to bear on a situation that needs more than policing. And that is a reason generating my ask of the governor. But you received copies of the recommendations that I made, and I'm asking that that those thoughts don't remain and lie dormant, and that we can take action and take some progressive steps as a county city commission dealing with an issue that has humongous impact upon us. On yesterday, I did mention also, Mr. Chairman, to you and the mayor, those Constitutional Revision Commission recommendations for placing on the ballot relocating the state's capital, or for the state to redesignate another city to serve as its state's capital. And the state legislature, if it's not willing to do so, if placed on a ballot for the citizens to decide, given that 80% of the state's population is in Central and South Florida, there's a strong chance that people would like for those thousands of jobs that we have here in Tallahassee, for those thousands of jobs to come to Central or South Florida, if given that chance on a ballot question. So my continuing lifting up of the seriousness of this plight is that we would not want to have a measure like that on the ballot and someone engage in the campaign of just repeatedly saying Tallahassee is the state's most dangerous, most criminally infested, most homicidal community in the state of Florida. And you say that over and millions of dollars day in and day. And I remember a few years ago, to show you how this thing worked, there was a governor's race, and I saw little kids running around the polling place saying, "He's not my buddy. He's not my buddy." And, you know, Buddy McKay was running for governor, and someone made a commercial and said, "Buddy McKay, he's not my buddy." And little children caught that. Imagine saying Tallahassee is the most criminally infested place in the state, and then people are opting to decide whether or not to move our state. Now, I don't know how the Constitutional Revision Commission makes where they are in their process, but it is real that those proposals lie before them, and whether they will make it out and onto the ballot and how you get out on the ballot, I don't know. But this is not the time for us to not take seriously getting control of this matter. I've said it repeatedly that I think that mental health, I want to emphasize that economic blood flow, I believe that educational intensification and some other strategies. But I think that between our great commissions, the city and the county, I hope that yesterday was not an impasse, and I don't think that that's the only route. And I hope that you commissioners feel how it feels like to be the only commissioner up here. I'm the only commissioner up here who have had about 13, 14 homicides in their district this year. And I'm the only commissioner sitting up here with about 30-some homicides over the last 3 years. So that's not a great feeling. You don't feel that. But I do need your empathy, and I ask for your empathy to know how I feel and how the people in the area feel about it. And that's why I'm on this thing. It affects everybody. It certainly makes me feel a certain way, and it causes people to look at our community in a certain way. So I'm just, with nothing specific, just saying in general, I hope that you all are open to our marching to a joint meeting, the experts that we might summons, but please, 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 let us do something going forward. Mr. Chairman, I'm just asking, as I sum up, that you share with us your perspectives and how we might move forward, if not the proposal coming from the mayor. I thank you very much, so much.
I look forward to addressing it on my time. Commissioner Dozier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one proclamation request. I'll dispense with that pretty quick. Although I am very excited to be able to do this, I'd like to request a proclamation for our very own Marjorie Turnbull, who is being recognized as the Big Bend chapter of the Association of Fundraising Professionals with a Lifetime Achievement Award to be presented at their luncheon on November 9th. Thank you.
Without objection?
Thank you.
Passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you, Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you. There has been a lot of discussion about crime, healthcare. We heard Dr. Hollifield's comments earlier and at other meetings. Commissioner Proctor, with respect, I'll say it doesn't matter what district it's happening in. It's happening in our hometown, in our town, and it affects all of us. So I think it's more than empathy that this board shares. This is our community, and we do care about it. Thinking a lot about our workshop a couple weeks ago, the amount of coordination that I heard among our law enforcement folks from the universities, TCC, state, city, and county was pretty remarkable. And I look forward to hearing your comments. I saw some of the reporting, Mr. Chair, about the meeting yesterday, but I do think this is not an issue that the county commission alone can address or any one body can address. Similar to healthcare, we put a lot of funding in there. It's not an issue that any one of us can address alone. I think doing a better job at coordinating. We've talked about that. Our housing meeting on Thursday is a critical piece of this puzzle. We know that housing, jobs, other things like that are part of this. What we did on the CRA today, I think, is part of this. If we can focus on Frenchtown Southside CRA, that may be part of it in creating new businesses, new jobs, supporting those businesses that are there. So I think we are doing a lot. I would celebrate any ways that we can highlight those coordination and bring them forward, but I don't want to sit here and think that we haven't done anything. I think the last few years we have made strides to do just that, to coordinate better, and I think Thursday is a critical piece. So I look forward to hearing the work group on housing, affordable housing, their report, and particularly in the area of the South Side and District 1, thinking about the housing needs there. So just a couple of thoughts on that, Mr. Chair, before we get to you. The last question I have, Mr. County Administrator, I meet with Tallahassee Builders Association regularly, and I have to say, and I see Barry Wilcox here in the audience, the tone that has come out of that group from a few years ago and a lot of issues associated with our permitting process and other things to now where we walk in the room and they are celebrating how good the department is, how responsive and how many changes have been made is really great. I want to bring that feedback to you. They do have questions about when the update's coming back and the comp plan, the land use component. They had a lot of questions about that. So I look forward to when we have those two updates. But I'm hearing it from others in the community as well. But that meeting has really been a bellwether for the reaction of our home builders in general. And really want to compliment you, David, Barry, everyone who's working hard to make some changes there. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, I want to, excuse me, I'd like to compliment the staff as well for Leon Works. It's incredible. When you talk about working on a crime problem and being preemptive and offering educational and training opportunities for kids that are on the cusp of joining our community here locally, I think that that's a bold step, and the work that went into that and how smoothly it was run is something that's a great opportunity for our students in both our local school system, and there were several private schools there as well, and ran into a bunch of former students. So it was exciting to see them there. My good friend from the West Side, one of our champions on the West Side for communities, friends, and families out that way, Pastor Greg James. Thanks for showing up today. Good to see you. That's it.
Lindley.
Thank you. I have one request for a proclamation, National Caregivers Month, and is November. And if I could get permission to get a proclamation.
Without objection, seconded by Commissioner Jackson, approved unanimously.
Thank you. The other one, I had a request from some people for us to consider a citizens engagement series on basically the flip side of our Keep It Rural ordinance. That is, what kind of businesses and opportunities are available in the rural areas where I think people know that a 20 pump gas station isn't welcome, but there are a lot of things, equestrian businesses, local farm, small farm businesses, and just if that's a possibility to maybe pull together one of our citizen engagement series on that topic. Do I need to make a motion, or am I just going to see?
Motion by Commissioner Lindley, seconded by Commissioner Dozier. Without any objection, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those against? Passes unanimously 7-0.
Thank you. And I just absolutely have to bow down to Heather and Brittany and so many people who work their hearts out at Leon Works. And I do want to say to Commissioner Proctor and Principal Jackson also, I think there's so many parts to our crime problem, and I think Commissioner Maddox and I would say to you, su casa es mi casa, your district is our district. And we also feel the pain of these losses, and they're very individual and they're dreadful, and we know that there are a lot of ways, a lot of tentacles that are involved in how a child or a teen ends up being shot by a possible friend at some point in their life. So I look to Leon Works as one little piece of it, which is those kids who don't see that they have any option, even in the public schools as they now are, they see no future for themselves. And I think our Leon Works exhibition and all the people who participated in that send a message that yes, there are a lot of things that you can do with your life, a lot of options that will make you a happy person and a successful person, and not get into the dire and discouraging life that we know ends up in crime a lot of times. So it's one piece of it. It's by no means every answer, but I'm very proud that our county has been working on this part of it, along with so many others. So thanks to everybody who pulled that off. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. I agree with your comments. Commissioner Lindley, I think, Commissioner Proctor, we do feel that pain being at large as well. One word, the word of the day, and said the same thing last week. We just had a workshop on crime where we had all of our partners here in this room, and the one word is action. There's a lot of conversation going on right now about what we could do and how we could do it, but action is the word of the day. Those folks who have lost loved ones, though they love to hear the conversation and the concern and the compassion, they would love to see us take action, but not just action just to be taking action, but action that will lead towards addressing some of the crime that we have here in Leon County. When Commissioner Dozier and I first got on the commission, I'll never forget, One Voice was my first try to address the word of action to deal with crime when a young man died at the Elks Lounge. We didn't quite get to where we wanted to go there, but one thing did come out of it. A bunch of community folks came together to have a conversation about not just what government can do, but how we could work together to address it. One thing we got to admit is that we can't do it on our own. Police, sheriff, all the different law enforcement agencies we have here in Leon County, we cannot do it on our own. It takes a community effort. It takes those folks living within those communities, within our community, not just South Side, but North, East, and West, to come together to care about what's going on, to give us those jobs and apprenticeships for young people who need jobs and apprenticeships, to cross the barriers of what they're used to get out of their comfort zones, to see what folks in different areas where these things are happening actually need. Commissioner Proctor, I would say that one of the biggest things we need is for folks to come down and visit your district and understand that the folks in your district are just that, they're people. And they need just as much help as anybody else. And so we feel your pain, but I would say that the newspaper articles, the conversations that we're having, the meetings that we're having amount to nothing if we're not willing to take some real action to address it. Commissioner Proctor, your leadership on our PSCC is key in some of that, in some aspect of that. of trying to see where we can use some of our resources to address these problems. And don't think it's something that we can throw a bunch of money at and address. It takes human beings to address this thing, not just money. And so, Dr. Hollifield, I appreciate you coming out today and addressing the issue of infant immortality. The last time you came out, we've had a series of meetings. We actually, one big meeting we had at the Turnbull Center to talk about ways to address it. And we're not all the way there. We're not there, but at some point I think the rates did increase, or they did decrease, and we did see some improvement. But anytime we lose one child is one too many, and so I appreciate you continue to come and hold us accountable for making sure that we address those issues. But again, the last word I'll say today is simply just action. Thank you.
Excellent. I have no other items before me except for to report that, yes, we did have the mayor chair meeting. Let me remind you of the time frame. Last Wednesday at 8 o'clock at night, I received official communication from the mayor strongly encouraging me to activate the EOC in regards to the criminal activity in the murder rate that's taking place in Leon County, city of Tallahassee. I did not think it was an appropriate issue to discuss via email and letter correspondence. So I called for a mayor chair meeting on yesterday morning at 9 o'clock. The reason why I called it for Monday at 9 o'clock was, number one, by advice of council and the administrator, to make sure that we had plenty of time to properly advertise so anybody that could and wanted to attend could. But at the same time, because we had a commission meeting tonight, the city had a commission meeting tomorrow night, and it's their last commission meeting till I believe the end of November. If there was any solid public policy recommendations to come out, we would have the opportunity to address tonight. They would have the opportunity to address tomorrow night. Otherwise, we're going to have to wait a month because the city will not be meeting. They could call a special meeting, of course, but they didn't have another regularly scheduled meeting. So again, the mayor requested that we activate the EOC. I spent a lot of time with the administrator and with the county attorney. Of course, we're going to take any recommendation that comes from any colleague of ours at the city commission and the mayor seriously, and we really dug into the issue. What I informed the mayor yesterday was we are not going to activate the EOC per his request for several reasons. Number one, he was requesting the activation of the EOC for law enforcement purposes, and he has now made it very clear in the media, in writing and verbally at the meeting itself, that he would like to consolidate the Tallahassee Police Department law enforcement function. I believe his words were asset and leadership under Sheriff McNeil. That's a huge lift. He is basically calling for the consolidation of law enforcement within Leon County, whether on a temporary basis or on a permanent basis. That is different than activating the Emergency Operations Center. The activation of the Emergency Operations Center, as I tried to explain yesterday, is an administrative function where Kevin Peters, the director of the Emergency Operations Center, runs a coordinated logistics program. It is not a law enforcement program. In order to activate the EOC, it's either by a recommendation by the sheriff, who is on the record several times now saying he is not suggesting the recommendation of an activated EOC, myself as the chair, the vice chair, the administrator, or Kevin Peters, the director of the EOC. None of those individuals has ever, nor I believe will in the near future, request the full activation of the EOC. Nor has there been a recommendation by the county attorney, nor the city attorney, nor the city manager, nor the police chief. In fact, the only person in this community right now that is jumping up and down asking for the activation of the EOC is the mayor. On top of that, I asked the county attorney to go into great detail to explain that even if we were all 100% in agreement, the entire 7 city commissioners and the 7 county commissioners and the 5 city commissioners, that we should activate the EOC, the county attorney, who I'm going to ask again in just a second, reminded us that legally we cannot because it does not qualify. Mr. Attorney, will you please go over one more time why we cannot activate the EOC in this purpose?
It requires a finding of an emergency, and for purposes of this issue, I'm not saying that the crime issue isn't urgent, but it requires a finding of an emergency. There are 3 under Chapter 252. There's natural, there's technological, and there's man-made. They're each defined in the statute. Natural, you might guess, is hurricanes and tornadoes and that kind of thing. Technological is like you have a nuclear plant meltdown. That's the nature of what they mean by technical. The other man-made is essentially sabotage, terrorism, and civil unrest, which is not defined in the statute, but which I define as being potential for riots. That's what they found in Gainesville, that there was a potential for a Charlottesville type of situation. And so, but civil unrest is not, if we have random, even though a large number of them, random acts of violence. And so I don't believe it qualifies under any of those three definitions. We have that in Chapter 2 of our Code of Laws. The definitions are the same. We just borrowed them from Chapter 252. So as I advised the chairman yesterday, and I haven't changed my mind on that, I don't believe it qualifies.
So we have the legal opinion from the county attorney, and we walked through all of that. And as you have read in the paper, I know that the mayor is frustrated with me personally for the decision and the delivery of the message yesterday. However, we did have a very robust conversation about the issues at hand. We have pledged to keep the lines of communication open. We also have to recognize, and I think it's important for the community to recognize, that while we are all frustrated, all of us are lay people with no law enforcement background that are trying our best to work with the law enforcement community to do what's right. We do need to step up our game when it comes to jobs, when it comes to affordable housing, when it comes to infrastructure. And Commissioner Proctor, you're right there, and I'm with you, okay? But we also have a different structure of law enforcement. On the county side, we have a constitutional officer that by law, we do not have a say over the day-to-day operations of the sheriff's office. We work together with the sheriff on his budget, and for the 11 years that I have served on this county commission, I have never disagreed nor voted against a single recommendation that has come through the 4 sheriffs, including the interim, that I have worked with, nor you, Commissioner Proctor, nor you, Commissioner Deloge, or any of us for that matter. But we have to trust our sheriff, and we have to move forward with our sheriff. On the city side, there is a direct chain of command. The police chief reports to the assistant city manager, who reports to the city manager, who reports to the mayor and the city commission. What has become very apparent to me through the mayor's public statements is that he does have some serious frustration with the institutional structure over there. I don't know why else he would call for the transfer of law enforcement assets and leadership underneath the sheriff. They have to address these issues internally. This is not a county item. It's not in our wheelhouse. This is a municipal function, and I have complete confidence that the commission, the manager, and the police chief will be able to work out their differences and be able to move forward. But it is crucial for all of us to be able to work together, for the mayor to be able to work with his team and to address these issues. I will tell you, Commissioner Dozier, one of the things that surprised me the most about our meeting, and I will have the administrator and I will have the attorney back me up on this. I walked away from our workshop with the exact same notion that we were working hand in hand. We had the sheriff and the police chief and all the chiefs sit here, the sharing of information to be seamless, the sharing of intelligence to be seamless. That was not what was stated at the mayor-chair meeting, which was also open to the public and had a lot of members of the media there to report on it. I think the mayor is on track when we can possibly even house some of our law enforcement assets together at the EOC. That does not take action from the county. That does not take action from the city. The police department and the sheriff's department can do that today. Go forth. If that's what's going to go forth, let's do it. You don't need our blessing to do it. But the point is that we are not going to activate the EOC because legally we cannot activate the EOC. And let me apologize because obviously I did not deliver that message clear enough because I frustrated the mayor. I thought I was pretty clear. So where we are is, of course we're going to keep the lines of communication open. Of course we get frustrated on these issues. And of course we don't all agree on every single issue. But we've got a strong working relationship with the city of Tallahassee and the commission. I, for one, believe in the Tallahassee Police Department and the men and women that wear blue, the police chief, the men and women that wear green of the Leon County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff McNeil, and every other member of law enforcement in our community that every day wake up, put on that uniform, and are out there to protect us. And I'm going to do everything I can as chairman to support them moving forward. but we have to work within the confines of the law. So when it comes, Commissioner Proctor, to the conversation about consolidating the law enforcement agencies, which the mayor has brought up, we too do not have a dog in that fight yet either. Because the city charter, in my opinion, and I'm asking the city attorney to weigh in as well, speaks specifically to the transfer of law enforcement power. It is my opinion, and I'm wondering if it's the legal opinion as well, in order to be a full transfer of power, you would have to have a city referendum. It's up to the citizens to change the charter of the municipality, the city of Tallahassee. It's not for us seven to decide that we want to absorb another law enforcement agency. It's not even for the mayor and the commissioners to decide. It's for the community to decide. Is that going to solve the short-term issue of what we're facing today, tonight, tomorrow? No. And we do need to work together. And I'm going to step my game up and do everything I can. But that conversation about the long-term consolidation of law enforcement, sure, we can have it. We've had it 4 other times previously as well. But that's not going to solve our problem overnight. Am I completely off basis, Mr. Attorney, on the consolidation issue in the city charter?
No, sir.
Okay. With that, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that I possibly can about the meeting yesterday or any ideas of what we should do to move forward. Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair, I just want to thank you for your leadership and just having the wherewithal to even have that in-person conversation with the mayor versus having that conversation by email. As you've explained it here, I don't know if anybody else on the board is confused about it, but as I understand it, we could not and cannot activate the EOC per legal's interpretation of the rules there. And so, again, the word of the day is simply action. When I say action, I mean action that we can actually take, something that's actually going to address these problems. And I don't think, I mean, with legal on our side, and I think even legal on the city side, understanding of it, we couldn't activate it even if we wanted to. And so let's look for other ways. Let's continue, like you said, to communicate with the city and the city communicate with us along with the rest of our partners to see what we actually can do, action that we actually can take towards addressing the problem. Thank you.
Commissioner Deloche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thanks for stepping up and getting engaged. I think everybody is anxious to do something, and it's a little frustrating trying to figure out what we do. But I think we've got the horse in front of the cart here a little bit, and I think the mayor, as well intended as he may be, is asking for things that A, he does not have the authority to ask for, or B, legally are impossible, and he probably needs to take a step back. And I'm assuming they're going to have this discussion tomorrow night. But I mean, we all want to figure out how to make this better and work towards a reduction in the crime. But the statements, about we're going to do all these grand things really don't lead too much in the grand scheme of things, other than just confusion among the community. So anyway, but thanks for your leadership. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Proctor.
Chairman, is there anything, or rather county attorney, that precludes, short of a referendum of citizens, that we could enter into a memoranda of understanding and somewhat of a prenuptial to a referendum, and we would place the functioning of our sheriff, who's also a 10-year chief of police. So the knowledge base of our sheriff, who's a constitutional officer, who's also a former chief of police in Tallahassee, specifically in Tallahassee, as well as a DLC secretary and DJJ secretary and all of that, colossal, president of the International Association of Police Chiefs, all of that. What prevents the mayor's desire to see some functional arrangement in having a de facto operational merger, if not by de jure merger?
Commissioner, there are at least 3 agreements that I know of that could provide a vehicle to do that. One is really more a short-term thing, which is to allow people to do law enforcement outside their jurisdiction when needed as backups, and that's usually called a mutual aid agreement. That there exists one of those presently. There are also 2 other agreements between the sheriff, not the current sheriff, but his predecessors, with the city that arrange for how law enforcement is to be provided. In my opinion, those could provide the vehicle to do what the mayor is seeking, at least in short part. In other words, I don't think it would be a transfer of powers, which I believe requires, either by the charter or by statute, a referendum. And by the way, a dual referendum. The other part, and Vince reminds me, I don't follow what's contained in their collective bargaining agreement, but they have a collective bargaining agreement with the what I would call rank and file of TPD, and I'm not sure that putting the supervision and potential direction and potential disciplinary power in the sheriff over members of a collective bargaining unit might be a mandatory subject of bargaining, which they obviously have not done. So, having said all that, I think there is a methodology that can be done. I know the city attorney with whom I've had conversations post the mayor-chair meeting yesterday is aware of that, and I believe that out of tomorrow night's city commission meeting, there may be direction to pursue that further.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, then, thank you very much, County Attorney. I offered to the mayor and placed 5 proposals on the table. None of them referenced an EOC directive option. Right. What was your contemplation of the things that I suggested in this letter to y'all? I mean, is any of that going forward? Was it considered? Was it flushed? Or what happened?
Now, I'm afraid, Commissioner, that the majority of the conversation was around the mayor's proposal for the activation of the EOC, and we did not get into detail on your. I mean, we spent an hour and 20 minutes on the proposal for the EOC, and then the meeting was over.
Well, I don't want to be forward ahead of my colleagues. There's just so much is in my district. And, a man got shot in yesterday morning, and he went down to McDonald's as the emergency room. The only thing down there open, available. And things like that are occurring. And I am willing to put extra oil and maybe to foster something that we would go forward, because the Vice Chairman has said it, the key word is action. And I'm disbelieving that in the 12th most educated community in America, that we're unable to seize this moment with the intellectual assets that we hold, and the chairman of county government and this distinguished panel here and the city commission, and that we're just one thing and nothing else. I'm willing to come up with something and supply it to us, the city, but I'm not willing for that to be the only thing that the mayor comes to the table with. And I'll put something together before tomorrow, before the city commission, and hopefully we can get a response. I'm really wanting, like Commissioner Maddox, action, and I don't know what it takes. We can take EOC off the table, but can we come to something? And I am willing today, recognizing that didn't work, and I heard all the rationale, and had either of us been in your shoes, we would probably take the same position. But short of that, there's more than one way to get to Miami.
Sure.
And I hope that you're open.
Oh, of course.
And that we can come forward with something, some model, some idea to join forces to combat this serious situation.
Commissioner Dozier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll echo others' comments. I appreciate your leadership on this. And I think it's important to acknowledge right now you spent several hours of your time, many hours of our staff time, probably half an hour of this meeting, talking about an issue that is a non-starter, that isn't going to help this problem, right? I think the word about action is great. I do believe, as I said before, and others have echoed, we have taken steps on jobs, on other things. One moment comes to mind from our workshop. I believe Chief DeLeo was talking about walks that they're doing, trying to invite other community members, and I can't remember which of you said it, but someone mentioned, and maybe Commissioner DeLeo, that reach out to us, that this is our community too. It's not a city or county thing. I am wondering at this moment if and we do not, as you correctly said, direct the sheriff's work, support on the budget, the facilities, everything else, but he is a duly elected representative and serving in that capacity. I wonder if a letter to the city on the chairman, on our behalf by the chairman, to say we have seen great collaboration. Your chief, thank you. He came to our chambers. We would like to see have a strategic conversation about how to better coordinate, whether it's on jobs, we're doing it on housing, and community programs as well. Let's work together, city and county. This doesn't have to be an EOC thing. There are a lot of ideas on the table.
Right.
We put out a lot of ideas. I would like to see some collaboration from the city as well, more than just activating the EOC. And so I would like to, if others, I see a lot of nods here, I would like to make a motion then, the chairman, working with our county administrator, send a letter that says we recognize there is a lot of collaboration. We were open to other suggestions, like those community walks together or something of that nature. I trust your direction in the county administrator to do that. If the others, unless the others have any other suggestions, and just offer that as action steps moving forward, but recognizing that we are going to follow the lead of our law enforcement community that is working hard to address this and collaborate as well as I think we've ever seen them. So that would be my motion.
Motion properly, motion has been made by Commissioner Dozier, seconded by Commissioner Proctor. Is any comments on the motion?
Can we articulate? I heard.
Please.
You want to send a letter?
I think just encouraging more collaboration. Recognizing that we saw a lot of collaboration from law enforcement, encouraging more collaboration, using that one example.
How about can I jump in here on point?
Of course.
How about, we can workshop this, we can send letters, we can have talk. How about we ask staff to come back with 2 or 3 concrete things that we can do without trying to trample all over the city and move forward here? I mean, I'm kind of at a point where we could sit around and talk about it till we're blue in the teeth, you know.
I agree.
And I realize there's protocol, and I'm not trying to stomp all over that, but I think the time for chit-chat and talk and let's get through it. And so I'm just thinking out loud that is there a few concrete examples, and I'm not sure what they might be. I'm going to this a little blind, but I'd love to see 2 or 3 things that we can say here, concrete things that are legal, that we're capable of doing, that we think could have an impact. And part of them, to your point earlier, might be the comment that Chief DeLeo said, which is, you know what, we're going block by block. We're going door to door, and we're going to go down there, and we're going to figure out a way. Are there social services that can be used? Are there things that could be done? And I think engaging us is important. But I'm not sure with this dance back and forth about let's all play nice. And let's figure out what we need to do. I mean, remember what happened when we had this conversation about DOMI a couple years ago? FSU talked about incubators, TCC talked about incubators, everybody talked, and finally, got to give Ken Moore some stuff. We finally said, well, let's do something, and then everybody kind of came along. But I'm kind of a mind of let's jump in and figure out if there's something. And I'm not trying to step out of our sandbox here, but rather than talk about it and make statements, let's figure out if there's a few concrete things, and I'd be happy to have a special meeting if the staff says, here are the 2 or 3 things, you guys good with that, so.
Mr. Chair, on point.
Yep, I got it. Point of clarification, on point, on point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Just a recommendation, hearing that and having heard the discussion thus far, given that this issue is so multifaceted and it includes just about everything we do that you could imagine touches us, I've been hearing the Commission a lot talking about action tonight. And when we talk about action relative to law enforcement and attacking violence in neighborhood, that usually means 3 things. Usually means information sharing, allocation of resources, and tactics. So if I'm hearing you right, it sounds like what you want to do is focus in there. I think the best course of action I would suggest would be to have the sheriff come address the board in whatever forum this board deems necessary to discuss tactics, and law enforcement's a little shy about this sometimes, tactics, allocation of resources and concentration of resources, and information sharing among law enforcement and coordination among law enforcement. I think that is what I've heard, at least to this point, is along the nature of what you all would like to hear more about. So that just a recommendation, something you may want to consider.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Let's not forget now, we have the PSCC evaluating the outcomes of our last meeting on crime with all of our partners here. I will make the suggestion even better than that, that we put a rush on the PSC, Commissioner Proctor, PSCC, to come back with those recommendations so we can formally accept them and start taking action on what those recommendations are. The sheriff coming to talk is the sheriff coming to talk. I would imagine that out of his advice to us, there's probably not going to be much action there, much past maybe an agenda item. But I think when the PSCC comes back with those recommendations, they will be pretty definite, or pretty defined on what we should do and how we should move forward. And so I would say if the PSC could come back in maybe November or at the latest December with some kind of recommendation, with those recommendations that we asked to come back to us, then we can start off fresh with the new year or even in December on taking action on those steps, and maybe even inviting the city to come along with us on those actions. But just simply asking someone to come tell us about tactics, I'm not quite there yet. I think we had some good action steps that came out of that meeting that when we had our partners here. And Commissioner Proctor, I hate to rush you, but there's urgency in the air in us addressing this issue, and so the PSC is the place to be right now, and the ones to send us the recommendations so we can start doing just what I talked about before it's taking action.
Commissioner Lindley, you're recognized.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No,
I'm sorry. You did ask to speak on point, Commissioner Dozier.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to include in this roundup that the sheriff has a work group that's working on the drug and alcohol abuse issues that I think will probably be coming before the Public Safety Committee too. Another piece of it with some call to action that will be forthcoming. So just a reminder on that.
Mr. Chairman, I see Teresa here.
Got Commissioner Dozier. Hold on just a second, then we'll come to you, Commissioner Proctor.
And I apologize for jumping in, Commissioner Lindley. I realized I had not pressed my button, so I wasn't in the formal queue. Yes, to Mr. County Administrator, I appreciate your thoughts. I know we've gone into depth about this. I'm in line with Commissioner Maddox and some of those. We heard the tactics, the resources, the allocation, all of that at the workshop. I think we did a great job with that. I don't want to rush the PSCC. I would actually modify my motion, if it's acceptable to others, to say maybe within 100 days or 180 days or less, recommendations from PSCC, just to give time to do that good research, look at the data, others. But that's come back before March. We can say 90 days. We're running into the holidays. First meeting in January. Okay, we'll make that as a motion. So first meeting in January, we'd like some recommendations from the PSCC. To Commissioner Delog's point about the action items in the letter, and I'll sum this up in a second. I was thinking of the letter as responsive to the city, not just saying no, but saying offer us something else. We want to collaborate. We're here to collaborate always. But to your point, looking at the things that we can do, those tactics, those other things are coming in from the PSCC. That's a good thing. But we need to look at jobs. We need to look at housing. We need to look at healthcare. We need to look at the community health assessment that the health department director spoke about at the last meeting, those types of things. And I think we had that conversation. So, Mr. Chair, I'll modify my motion at the second. We concur that we request some recommendations from the PSCC, or at least an outline of that by the first meeting in January. If you're willing, a letter to the city saying we would love to collaborate. We see a lot of collaboration. But I can take that off if we need to. But an agenda item, to Commissioner Delog's point, on the other things that the county does, job creation, healthcare, housing, after our housing meeting to look at what else can be done in infrastructure to address these things. So that's a three-part, I can drop the letter if you all don't want it, but three-part on that motion. Does that satisfy the concerns? Yeah. Okay. And good with the second.
Sounds great. I think we all understand the motion as amended by Commissioner Dozier. Commissioner Proctor, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Teresa's here, and I wanted to just ask if, Teresa, the scope of what the PSCC actually is in sync with what Commissioner Maddox has indicated and what he's asking, is that exactly what you're contemplating as our staff leader? And Wanda, if you want to weigh in on that. I just want to make sure that all of this weight doesn't fall on the PSCC, and this was not our initial scope, anticipating that we were to come up with specific recommendations on a matter this serious. Our first objective is to reduce jail population and not murder per se.
This board, just a second, let me get the administrative weigh in real quick. Okay. Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And I think Commissioner Proctor's nailed it. That was really the basis of my recommendation that I threw out there, because you have not charged the PSCC with looking at violent crime. Your previous direction to them was not that specifically. So I just wanted to help Teresa out a little bit there. However, you could. I mean, the board could provide a revised direction to them relative to the $87,000 if it was to bring you back actionable steps to address the violent crime situation facing our community. And so again, Commissioner Proctor, I think you got it, and I just wanted to help Teresa out a little bit there as she was making her way up.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. You are correct. As been stated, we are to address the jail population. We do have the $87,000 that the board set aside. And at the PSCC, we do have many of the criminal justice stakeholders that would be able to speak to initiatives that we could bring back before the
So our board is asking us to be flexible and expand a little bit, and given the collective of personnel who's a part of it,
yes, sir.
Can we accommodate what's being asked of us now, or is this just too big of a leap?
I think we have the right parties at the table to make some recommendations back before the board. If I had any concerns, it would be the timeline, because we have one meeting in December, but if we were needing to call special meetings, we could certainly do that.
Okay, and that one meeting in December, because it is December, is it first part of December?
It's December 5th, sir.
Okay, that's probably the last week that you can possibly get a consistent quorum.
We typically meet once a month, so for the rest of this calendar year, we have December 5th as our last meeting,
okay.
And then we will pick meetings back up in January, typically the third Tuesday.
What we would do is receive what has been suggested here and notice the membership of what is expected, and maybe an agenda item reflecting all of these matters. Okay, we heard you.
I can go at 180 days. Here's the thing, though. We know in Leon County when we're about to have a spike in these violent crimes. They happen in spurts. I just want March is fine with me, just as long as it comes back before graduation weekend. Okay, on either campus. As long as it come back before then, I can take March. I can take 180 days. But we know when violent crime happens. I just want us to have something in place prior to when our spike periods happen. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay, so we have 68 days left in this year, 67 days left in this year, and you're asking for another 53 in 2018. How about 130 days or so?
That's great.
Okay. So that get us somewhere late.
I think let me bring this in for Laney. We're going to take a vote. Okay. I think we're all in agreement with the amended motion on the table. I think that we can hammer out the amount of days. Right. We're talking, early part of 2018. And so let's move forward with the motion on the table was made by Commissioner Dozier. Who seconded the motion? I can't remember off the top. Seconded by the Vice Chairman. Commissioner Proctor, excuse me. Seeing no other commissioners in queue to speak, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, passes unanimously. Look, the bottom line is that the ball is in the city's court. Maybe they will take some type of action tomorrow night regarding the big picture or not. Let's just wait and see. But I know we're all committed to working together. We do have great working relationships with the mayor and with the city commissioners, and let's just keep moving forward. Okay. Commissioner Proctor, final comment.
Mr. Chairman, I was just sensitive that I think that the way some people in the community, it seemed like your comments were very, very terse and cold and blunt and boom. And you representing the county, there can be an interpretation that you slam the door and didn't want to do nothing. So to the extent that many people may not know the EOC and its rules and all that, but Mayor Gillum lifted it up as the panacea of you got to do it. And to the extent that it makes the county and our chairperson look as if we were not in agreement to facing the crime issue, that right there is something that bothered me a little bit, a lot. And I don't think that our chairman is insensitive, but the way it has been captured, it looks as if there was no other olive branch, so to speak, no other alternative. And I just think that Commissioner Dozier's a rapid response from us certainly gets to kill that perception. And if we reach out, very quickly, that we were not saying that we are disinterested. We were saying that on that particular ask, no. But we are open to other options, and I think that we should get that letter out quickly.
Commissioner Proctor, the only thing I can say is, number one, I cannot control how the media reports, how the meeting took place. Not everyone was there. Number two, I can tell you that, at times the meeting was tense. And number three, I certainly cannot control the mayor and how he wants to report how the meeting took place. As you notice, I have waited until this evening to make any comments about the meeting, and I've tried my best to be as accurate and as fair. Do not, by any stretch of the imagination, confuse tense with being solid in my decision and in the message, because these are very important issues that we're dealing with, and these are not political issues. And it is very important that we understand. At no mean was I flippant. At no mean did I not take this seriously. In fact, I want to personally thank the county attorney and his staff and the county administrator and his staff for the hard work through the weekend that they did on the mayor's proposal and taking it as serious as possible. I can only control my actions and how I conduct myself, not how the media or how the mayor might repeat how the meeting went down. But your point is very well taken, and I think after 11 years, you know me personally enough to know, Bill, how I conduct myself. Without any further comment, we stand adjourned.